There we go. I hope it's working. Hello, Colin. You are first. My first victim. Oh, I never changed the latency again. Damn it. Oh, it is at the ultra low. Okay. Chris, the Guinness. Hello, Timothy. Check out what I got on my review thing. They had bubblegum. So I got like 25 packs or 210 pieces of bubblegum. And they also had the pliers for getting the hose clamps from your car. Those are always a pain in the butt. So I grabbed them. And I'm finally getting this solar light set up out back. Actually, it's pretty good. I thought it was going to be a blinding light, but it's a good area light. So that's going to be nice. Good morning, Craig. Doing pretty good, Chris. Keep my critters happy. Guess what we got last night? Keep in mind, it's September 9th. And guess what we got last night? We got snow. I ain't kidding. We freaking got snow. Would you freaking look at that? We got actual snow September 9th. It's no big deal. Snow really is, unless we get a really, really bad storm, snow is not a big deal here. It melts very, very quickly at high altitude with our kind of sunlight. It doesn't last long. No, we typically never got snow this early. Usually it was December when we got snow, if we were lucky. And then usually January. This is their laser version 2. It's a more powerful laser they made, as well as the little roller unit. But apparently this one is able to have an impact on steel. It can't engrave it or cut it, of course, but apparently it can give they call a bluing effect. So it can actually mark steel, which is pretty cool. Not here. I think we're too high altitude. So not enough of it reaches here. Remember, I'm at 7,000 feet, so I guess, which is impressive for a consumer-grade machine. They said it's like a bluing effect, whatever that means. I don't know if they mean bluing like in rifle bluing, like when you blue steel for guns. I'm not sure. It should be a complete kit. Yes, usually it is. You know what really ticks me off, though? I now have 2 of these. Because, like, 3 weeks after I ordered one of these, because I want to try messing with cutting body tubes for rockets, Order said, hey, we're sending you a laser, and we're sending you this, too. I was like, damn it, I just bought one! That is so annoying. What are you gonna do? There's no way to know in advance that's gonna happen, so. Yeah, we should be going for 4 or 5 hours. But the shipping would be pretty prohibitive. I got a flag set up out front, and so I keep looking over, seeing something moving, and it's just a flag. It's very annoying. Lasers. From Ortur. Happy, happy victims. Hungry, happy victims. Nothing but junk here. I don't know what's in these. I guess we can open these now. Because I'm like really curious what is in these. I have no idea. I know that's the roller unit. I know this is the laser. But I have no idea what this is. Let's find out. Maybe it's my Q36 space modulator. It's something packed in foam. It's a laser head. Wow, I was not expecting that. Okay, so... But what if I want to blow up the Earth? I mean, we do have a meteor coming election time. Vote giant meteor. Where is that? Where did I stick that? Remember, folks, vote giant meteor. Just ended already. The meteor's going to show up. All we got to do is vote. Hey, Nathan. Doing pretty good, Paul. Is anybody else hearing the mic cutting in and out? Now, the sound cut will cut in when I stop talking. But while I'm talking, it should be continuous, and my peak meter is showing it's working. All right, if sound is fine for even one person, that means it's whoever is hearing the bad sound. So hit F5 to refresh the page. Oh, because I have a screen over here. I have two screens. So this is the laptop screen. You can see that. Actually, you can see that. Right there, you can see the laptop screen. And then I have this screen here. So what is special about this? It just says LU2-2. Pew, pew, pew. I don't know. That's kind of... I don't know why they would include extra laser heads. I'm guessing that's... Oh, yeah. LU2-3. And this one is LU2-1. So I better not mix these up. This is LU2-2. I wonder why the different heads. Oh, because it's reversed. It's left, but it's a mirror image. See, this is my left. It's just you're seeing a mirror image. Dead air when I'm not talking is normal. Is that what it is? 7, 15, and 20? I wonder why they would include different power. Why not just include the 20? No haircut. I just got the hair finally long enough to be tied up in the back. So I never, ever, ever have to get a haircut ever again. If I ever need to trim it, I just take the end of this and just go snip. So this is number 3. Let's open that one. Oh yeah! Combine the stream, cross the streams. Okay, this one's definitely bigger. It fills up the entire cavity, while the other one did not. Her Majesty's United Kingdom is here. How do you say that? Creality? Well, obviously, we're going to go with the big one. Yeah, that's definitely larger. I'm really surprised there's no... And the electronics package is larger, too. So, the electronics package is significantly larger. And the laser body is larger. It takes up the entire cavity. Bigger fan, too. Oh, it is marked. LU2-320F11. So that means we can take them all out. Well, I have a, there's a new printer coming from somebody. I'm not 100% sure who. They said they're going to send a printer, and I also have the new, Creality resin printer coming. The what is it, RH version? Yeah, the H version with the monochrome screen. That's going to be nice. Because obviously, nobody should make any DLP lasers with a color screen anymore. That's just, I would not buy a laser with a color screen unless I got it so cheap it was stupid cheap. Oh wow, yeah, there's a significant difference in size there. Holy crap. Well, you guys can't even see that. So yeah, there's a substantial size difference there. Finally started cleaning up the front. Finally, off my lazy ass and getting shit done. Thanks to Michelle, she helped me out so much. Just sitting out there with me helped me tear down boxes. We filled the entire trailer with boxes. I got to show you this. It's incredible. Just how much cardboard I have. What's the amp? What amp? Where is it? Should have probably already downloaded it. On the laser? I don't know. Hang on. So is this going to be a even smaller one? Or is it going to be the same size? And you guys will figure it out with me. Okay, so that's the one. And it looks identical. Same board, LYBC0158. Same board on this one. This one is a LYBC016C, maybe? Either a C or a 0. It's covered by one of the screw terminals. Hello, Ronald. So these feel identical, although this is a little different. The actual laser head's a little bit different. Otherwise, the heat sinks, fans, and board are identical. But they are clearly marked 1, 2, and 3. Hello, Darren. Oh yeah, I can show you there too. Yeah, we're September and I had to turn on the heat. Although in like 3 days it'll be 80 degrees outside again. Nice. Let's see. Photos. Why is it showing the photos in that order? Oh, that's why. So the first thing I did was filled the entire trailer with cardboard, except for those 2 chairs. This is all cardboard. The plastic bag is anything that wasn't cardboard in the boxes, like any kind of smaller stuff, or the plastic bags and styrofoam and stuff like that. Otherwise, that's all freaking cardboard that I hauled off to the dump. And then I took my first load of stuff from the front to the back. So there's one of my kerosene cans, my mailbox that I can't use out here because we don't get mail to our door. A couple more solar lights I got to put up. This is one of my Halloween decorations, the inflatables. Isn't that nice? So that is a Jazzy Select Elite scooter, a mobility scooter. I just took the seat off and I put a ball hitch where the seat was. Now this here is ballast. Without a person sitting in the scooter, there's not enough downforce, so you don't get enough traction. So when I try to go up the slight incline to the backyard, sometimes the trailer can't pull the trailer, even empty, because the scooter itself is too light. So that is 7 gallons of water, which actually creates another problem. Now I got too much downforce on the front, and these anti-wheelie wheels don't touch the ground. So I need to put a little bit of weight back here too. So I'm figuring get, a couple of 15-pound dumbbells and attach them back here so that it's more balanced. And yeah, it works great. It's wonderful not having to haul stuff back one small bit at a time. I can do what I did here. I can fill the entire trailer with stuff and then haul it out back and unload it. It's still a lot of work, but it's a hell of a lot less work than trying to individually haul each individual item back. And, this is this is a really good deal I got on those make it yourself DIY benches. So you get the 2 plastic end caps, and you use 2x4s and you slide it through the slots. So a certain number for the back and a certain number for the bottom, and you make a bench. So I got 3 of them. They were super cheap. They're like $22 a piece or something like that. Stupid, stupid cheap. So I got 3 of them, figuring to make 2 10-foot benches. So what I'll do is I'll use, obviously a kit for each, and then the third kit, I'll use one piece of the third kit for each of the other 2. So that I'll have 3, an end cap on each end, and then 1 in the middle. So there'll be only a 5-foot span between supports. So it'll hold big people like us. But it's coming around. And then I might have somebody to help me finish this. It looks like the people who helped me with it, abandoned it. I don't think they're coming back. I don't know what's going on. They won't talk to me. So I have no information. The one guy left the state. He's out of state. He's gone. I think after I helped him get unemployment and he got his $24,000, he skedaddled. That's what you get for being nice, right? And so the other guy has no one to help him, and he doesn't know. He just got diagnosed with prostate cancer, which is what his dad died from. I actually believe him. I think the guy's a halfway decent guy. I think his partner abandoned him, and he can't do this by himself. The problem is he won't talk to me. It's been 3 weeks. So I posted a help request on Nextdoor, and my neighbor, 2 doors down, said he thinks he can help me. He's going to start this Saturday. He thinks he can do it within the budget that I have. No windows. And I need to insulate this as much as humanly possible to keep it from being a heat sink for the whole house. This is basically going to be washer, dryer, and freezers here. And then a couple shelves here for food, dry food, and then benches for a couple 3D printers. Yeah, right now it's got a big skylight. I still have to put a frame around the door. So I have to put a 4x4 frame around this entire door. And then put foam rubber on it. So that when we build this wall, it touches the foam rubber and creates an airlock. And that's the big problem too, is that I could build these walls. It would take me a long time and it would be grueling, but I could do it. What I can't do is the roof. I can't do the roof. I mean, even if I could somehow manage to get up there, and even if it could somehow hold me, which I question whether it could hold me, I don't have the physical prowess to climb onto a roof. Even if I'm not going to destroy the roof, I'm going to fall. And, someone 450 pounds falls from 10 feet off the ground, they're dead. There's no surviving that. You're at minimum breaking something. I mean, someone my size does not fall from 10 feet without breaking something. That just doesn't happen. And probably kill them. If I land head first, I'm done. I believe I have all the materials. I got a whole bunch of 2x6s. I got the stack of OSB. And I have all the metal. Although they fucked that up. It's 10 foot wide and they got 10 foot metal. Hello, the roof needs to extend larger than the building. Like, the roof has to extend from here to the house. In order to make sure any rain goes from this roof to this roof and off and not in between these two. They should have ordered 12-foot metal is what they should have done. That would have given us at least a 12-inch overhang on each end. What are you going to do? And this cost me so much more money than it should have. I've got $5,000 into this damn thing. I could have just paid one of those professional companies $3,800 and said, here. And they'd had the shed done in a week. I mean... I doubt it. It's custom cut. They cut it to the length you order. Yes, that's correct. The walls are too goddamn high. Which means we're going to have to put joist hangers on the inside and hang the roof in between the studs instead of on top of the studs. Which I'm not sure is a great idea. Because we do get a decent amount of snow here. That's exactly what I think happened. I think this was the this guy used to work for a company that built sheds, and but I don't think he ever did one all by himself where he had to handle all aspects of it. Like for example, they made the floor joists 24 inches. So we're probably going to have to shorten the walls, which means we have to shorten both walls because if we just shorten this wall to get it underneath the roof, then the angle might not be steep enough for shedding. Oh man, it's always something, huh? Always something. Yeah, there's only about 4.5 inches of clearance between the top of this and that, and I need 6. Well, the problem is this angle is already pretty shallow, and I don't know if we only shorten this end, we might run into the problem where the angle is not enough to shed snow, which means the snow will just be sitting there on top of it. Exactly, because you got the 2x6, which is going to be like 4 3/4 inches, 5 inches roughly. Then you have the OSB, that's another 1/2 inch. Then you have the metal roof, which is another inch. So that's yeah, that's over 6 inches. We need like 6.5 inches. And then I gotta hope he can do it within my budget because my budget is fixed. I got $1,200. The money I was holding off paying these guys until they were finished, and that's all I got. So we'll see. Yeah, I got plenty of that. But the problem is, you got to take the header off of all of these walls and all of these. Um, you got to remove the header from all the walls, shorten all of them, and then put the headers back on. And if you don't shorten it right, the headers aren't going to fit right. And yippee ki yay, motherfuckers! Nope, can't lower the floor. That would take forever. The problem is I already have 2x6 lumber. I don't have 2x4 lumber, which means I would have to buy more lumber, which would exceed the budget. So I've got to use the 2x6s that I have, and we're already over budget over $1,000 because they did not budget in OSB. And I was like, wait a minute, you're going to attach metal walls to a 2x4 frame? I was like, I don't think so. I've never seen a shed built like that ever. Every single example I could find has OSB on the outside and then the metal. And, so I have a feeling in his height he didn't account for that. Plus the floor is double thick. We put 2 layers of plywood down on the floor because it was far too weak. They used 24-inch joist spacing for the floor. Now, I guess if this floor was sitting on the ground, that would be fine, but it's not. This floor is 25 inches off the ground. I stepped on it and I was like, no. I was like, this floor is sinking when I step on it. So we had to add more 4x4 supports underneath and then double layer the floor to make it strong enough. Exactly. 2x4s is not usually a good idea for a ceiling, especially a shallow ceiling like this. Even with 16-inch spacing, I would question whether that would be strong enough. The wood would hold, but I think what would happen is the wood would do this. It would bow when the snow was on it, and then once it bowed, that snow is staying there, and it's going to build up and build up, and it's going to bow more and more and more. And over years, that ceiling, I think, would eventually buckle. So, what are you going to do? This one. It's 10 feet. It's 20 foot long, 10 foot wide. Actually, just a hair under 10 foot. I wanted to make sure we did not exceed the 200 square foot limit, because I can do up to 200 square feet without a permit as long as I don't attach anything to the building. So I told them to make it slightly less than 10 by 20, like a half-inch less on both sides, so that, you know, even if by some weird chance some inspector comes and says we need to check that, and his tape measure is off by half an inch, it'll still be under the 200 square foot. So I am hoping to insulate this well enough that I don't have to put too much heat in there. That I could put like a little 250 watt heater in there just to keep it above freezing. And then the residual heat from the house, because this door will stay open. You know? Right there. This door is basically just going to stay open, you know. And, you know, if I ever need to, I can just close this door to isolate this space if I have to. I do plan to put fireboard in here. So this whole thing will be sheeted in fireboard. It's only a couple $100 difference between regular sheetrock and fireboard. So this way, if the tables will be metal and the walls will be fireboard, so that if a printer catches on fire, it doesn't matter. There's nothing to burn. Yeah, but see, the problem is electric is very expensive for heat here. Like this mini split is going continuously right now, and it's running my UPS at full power, which means it's drawing nearly 1600 watts. So what is that? Mini split. Electric. So it's drawing 1132 watts right now, and it draws that continuously. And that is insufficient to heat this house. It's not enough. It keeps us from freezing, but it doesn't keep us warm. Which is why I have to get the pellet stove going. Because the pellet stove is about $5 a day to run. While that mini split, and I would need at least 2 of them to properly warm this house. What would that be? 1.2 times 24 times 0.18. Interesting, that mini split costs about $5 a day to run. But I would need 2 of them, so you're looking at $12 a day to run. It's about $5.60 to run that 24 hours. Electricity here is very expensive. The last year it cost me almost $600 a month to heat this house. I had to run the mini split. I had to run 4 700 watt heaters, and I had to run the kerosene heater to heat this house. You're talking about 40,000 BTUs of heat, roughly, is what I required to heat this house. And that still left the ends of the house a little chilly. Yes, Ender is doing well. He's doing very well. He's being a little prick with his food. He's a little picky over which food he'll eat. But I have to put the hole in the wall and the chimney and flue up. Okay, so this is the roller kit. I don't know. I would say just instead of trying to convert a printer to a laser printer, just buy a laser cutter. You know, understand that you're not going to be doing a whole lot of cutting with these kind of lasers. I mean, you can cut paper and foam board and stuff like that, and thin plywood and stuff like that. But to do real laser cutting, you're talking thousands of dollars. But if you're talking blue laser, just buy one of these. It's like $250, and you get a 400 by 400 burn area. Yeah, that's basically what you're gonna do. Oh, you're talking about the CR30, yeah, the K40 is $400, but people tell me it's closer to 800 when you're done fixing it. I don't have one, so I don't know for sure, but that's what people tell me. It's worth it, they say, but it's not just, you know, $400 plug and go, apparently. There you go. Now, you keep in mind, you can't do logos in clear, you can't do logos in silver, and you can't do logos in anything blue or transparent. It just won't work. My next job is this pile. I have a 7-foot tall pile of cardboard here. It's almost all cardboard. And I don't want to just toss it in the trash. I want to get it recycled. No, I haven't. It's working good though, Knack. Oh wow, it's nice and grippy. That's nice. I am looking forward to that. I told them I'm going to eat one of their executive staff if I don't get one. I was like, I eat people, and if I don't get one of these, one of you is being eaten. I was like, I'll find some company to fly me out to China, and then I'll slink off and I'll stalk, you know, Creality headquarters, and I will eat somebody. I don't know. Brass is shiny. My gut says no. Unless you put a coating on the brass to allow it to get hot. I'm not on Twitter, so I probably didn't see it. So you probably posted it to Twitter, and I'm not on Twitter. And of course, no manual, which is annoying. Is there a way to do QR codes in Windows? I always wondered if there's a way to do a QR code in Windows. Because I really don't want to type that fucking address. You gotta be kidding me. Wait, I could do it in this. And then I should be able to download. That's a barcode scanner. I don't want a barcode. Okay, that's just a product lookup. Oh, and it's called Red Tag, I think. QR code reader. Here we go. There's the Dropbox. Why are these docs? Why aren't they PDFs? Why do they gotta make this complicated? And why can't I fucking download it? I don't want to read it. I want to download it. Oh, this is a zip file. So I should be able to just download the zip file. Direct download. There we go. Not what I wanted. Gotta be complicated. Go ahead. I'm suspended. And they won't unsuspend me. I refuse to comply with their instructions, and they won't unsuspend me unless I do, so I'm effectively in a limbo. There it is. Now, how do I upload? Oh, share. Here we go. My drive. Yes, link showed up. It happens. I don't care enough about Twitter to care. Basically, somebody brigaded a couple of my posts because they didn't like the fact that I disagreed with them. And so they complained to Twitter. And Twitter said that those posts didn't comply with their guidelines. I say they do not. I say they are not violations of their guidelines. And Twitter's solution to that is to force me to self-censor. And I said, go fuck yourself. They said, I have to go on there and delete those posts and admit that they were a violation of their guidelines. And I said, fuck you. So they can take their account and they can shove it up their ass. If they just wanted to delete the posts, I wouldn't care. But forcing me to delete the posts and then forcing me to agree that my non-violating posts were violating, yeah, fuck you, Twitter. No, it's not. A 5.5 watt would not, unless that's 5.5 watts of output power. Remember, a laser has input power and output power, and there's a very big difference between the two. So if you have a 5.5 watt output power that gives you like a 1 watt, or input power that gives you like a 1.5 watt output power, not very strong. If you have a 20 watt input that gives you like a 4 watt output, that's pretty strong. So you need to find out what the input and output power is, and make sure it's legit. Make sure you buy it from a legit source like Creality or Ortur or some other legitimate seller, because a lot of these places will just flat out lie. Basically, look for the difference in the laser heads too. All right, if it's not substantially larger and beefier with beefier components, they're probably lying. I should have that on my Google Drive now. Yes. Let's do this. 7-zip. Extract the YRR. Yes, that works. I have anodized aluminum business cards, and except for the silver and the blue, it works great. I can, it burns off the anodization so you can engrave cards. And it works very well for that. Okay. Oh no, this is not in English. Why is this not in English? Is there an English section? This looks like French. Here we go. Oh, isn't that interesting? Okay. I wish. I would love to be able to learn another language, but that is just not something I'm good at. So, the 4 times M3 by 8. This is going to be the M510. I do not see M3 by 8s. Unless these are 8mm. It looks too short. Why do I always have a problem finding my rulers? I swear to God, these rulers, they hide from me. Okay. These things are stupidly dangerous. Okay? There is not a single safe thing about these lasers. They are some of the most dangerous things that you as a DIYer can possibly buy. You're outputting 1 to 4 watts of laser power in the blue spectrum, and there is no enclosure around these things. They are, excuse my language, fucking dangerous. Okay? Because you don't have to shine this laser into your eye to blind yourself. A reflection of this laser into your eye can destroy your eyeball. So please do not touch one of these things unless you are prepared to learn what you're doing with it. Because this can mess you up, okay? Literally, you can't blink fast enough. If this laser hits your eye, boom, you're blind. That quick. All right? Wear your goggles. The goggles do work. We've tested them. They are effective. Put an enclosure around it. If there's anybody else having any possible chance of coming near this thing, be careful. These things are dangerous. And yes, they can start a fire. Okay? It's a laser burning through 3mm of wood. It will start a fire. You never, unlike a 3D printer, you never, ever, ever, under any conditions, ever walk away from an active laser. Never. I don't care if you just have to go pee. You do not walk away from an active laser. Right? These things are, what they are doing is burning. They are literally catching things on fire by design. You don't walk away from that. Right? You always make sure someone is watching this machine when it runs. Any laser machine. Doesn't matter what it is. And you also need fans. Because otherwise the dust... Yeah, I got one eye. The dust that comes, the dust particles that come off when you burn, the smoke will inhibit the laser. So you actually need airflow to keep that smoke out of there. Otherwise, the laser stops working correctly. I think these are 3x8. Yep. So that's going to be for the stepper. This is going to be for the plates. I'm not saying don't get one. This thing, you know, it is going to jump up off the table and attack you. But these things are dangerous. If you have enough ventilation, yes. You know, oddly enough, a great thing for a laser would be something like this. These Wham Bam enclosures. Why are you doing that? Something like a Wham Bam enclosure. Just put laser plastic over the front so that you can still see what's happening. And then just make sure you have good ventilation coming off that duct in the back. But that'll keep anybody from accidentally looking where they shouldn't be looking. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just trying to make sure people are aware. These things are dangerous. You know, it's like having a lightsaber. It's not a toy. You know, if a lightsaber actually existed, you're talking about something different. I tell people I treat these like firearms. I treat my lasers like guns. Because just like a gun, pew, you could hurt somebody. So just treat it like with the respect it deserves. Like the respect you would treat a... Well, that's the whole point, though. The Wham Bam closure is opaque. So it doesn't matter. As long as you put laser plastic across the front, the only part that's transparent, it can reflect off whatever it wants. It doesn't matter because it's in an opaque enclosure. Yes, obviously, it's being run off the USB, so it should shut down. In theory. Although I wish they had like a control module like a 3D printer does, so you could put an SD card in it. Yes, I'm going to be doing... I'll probably be doing the monoprice CR10 style printer soon. I have it sitting over there. I also have a new 3D printer coming in from somebody. I'm not entirely sure who, but they said they're going to be sending one. And I think Ortur is going to be sending one. And I also have the new resin printer from... Oh, wow, that sucks. I have a new resin printer coming from Creality, an update to their printer with a monochrome screen. There we go. And then this goes out the side and mounts on here. Just be safe, that's all. You know, understand what it is you're messing with. You know, just, you know, use your brain. Be safe about it. That's all. The biggest thing is innocent bystanders. I think one of them is supposed to be 20 watts. So I'm guessing that's input power, so probably 4 or 5 watts output power. You know, the issue is, you know, your kid or friend or roommate walking by and going, "Ooh, what's that?" And then they're blind. You know? I don't know if they're still there. I'll have to check, but I usually keep a pair of laser goggles on top of the thermostat in the hallway. So if my sister comes out while I'm messing with the laser, she knows to put the goggles on. Just in case, you know? You know, these things aren't going to jump up and attack you, but they are dangerous. You know, there is definitely risk here, and a bit more than just a 3D printer. Most 3D printer risk is self-inflicted. You know, a 3D printer can't burn down a house unless you have it near stuff that can catch on fire. All right, you know you're working with high temperature materials and high power heater cartridges. Exactly. Pet eyes. All right, because the cats are going to be attracted to it. It's a shiny blue laser. They're going to go after it. Is that not level? It is. The table's warped. Okay. Pet eyes are the same as human eyes. They'll destroy their eyes just as readily. Okay. What am I looking at here? That has got to be the most hard. Oh, I see. It's going through the slots. That is a very, very poor quality drawing right there. Exactly. Yeah, that's scary, Alec. This is a horrendous drawing here. I could not tell what angle we were looking at. I'm pretty sure it's going through these slots. I think that's what it's going through. Very bad drawing. 1,500, 15,000 milliwatt, 15 watt output. I doubt that. You would need active cool. You would need more than a fan. I mean, you would need way more than a fan for active cooling on that. Yes. Oh, absolutely. Any laser would do that. Okay. Okay, here's the pinned ones. Oh, they're all pinned. Okay, they're all sheathed. Okay. So why are there two sets? Yeah, I know. I figured that out now. But because all the colors are dark, it was hard to see where those were going. But now I figured out. I figured they're going into these slots here. I think they're going into those slots right there. Yes, it's 15 watt input power, 5 watt output power. That's telling me there's a big difference between input power and output power. There's a lot of waste, and it's not an efficient conversion. And a lot of these manufacturers will list their input power as their output power. Basically, they're lying and they know it. Especially when you get a 20 watt laser and it looks like that. It's like, no, that's a lie. So the two long ones. So we're going to put on two of these like that. What the hell am I looking at? Oh. It's double nutted? A lightsaber, the problem is not power. The lightsaber, the problem is containment. How would you keep it contained? I'm pretty sure these are backwards. I think it needs to be a nut here. And then the lock washer on the inside. He didn't make a version of a lightsaber. He made a melting rod. Very cool, but it's not a lightsaber. And then your opponent just knocks your mirror off. Or it bends when you wiggle it, and now your beam is going all over the place. Plus, it's not a laser; it's plasma. Sadly, I don't think we're ever going to see a lightsaber. That's just fantasy. It'd be fun, but it's fantasy. Okay. And we still don't have flying cars. It's 2020, and we still don't have flying cars. And we never will. Not because the technology's not there. The technology is there. The problem is air traffic management. The only way we're going to have flying cars is you don't get to pilot it. That's the only way we're going to get flying cars. There's just no way to do it and allow us to pilot it. Could you imagine, pranksters and drunk driving with self-controlled flying cars, and there's thousands of them in the air? Yeah. That's going to go down real well. You'll see, well, in Japan, what you're going to see and what you'll see here is you'll see flying taxis. You won't see flying cars. You and I are not going to have a Toyota Camry Flying Edition in our driveways. That's just not going to happen unless they're fully automated. If they're fully automated, I could see that happening. But you know, like your Toyota or your Jeep, yeah, nah. See, when a car crashes, the most you get is a pile up on the highway. That's usually the worst you get. You know, an airplane goes down, you can take out a whole building. Well, you remember Back to the Future, where they had the airborne highways? That's what you'd have. Except it'd be automated. You know, computers would be doing everything. You'd get in and you'd say, okay, Google, take me to work. And the car would take you to work. That's what we'd have. Okay, there is the idlers. Well, I won't accept automated land cars. I'll accept okay. I won't accept self-driving cars that there isn't a manual override. Because let me tell you exactly how self-driving cars without manual override will happen. You'll get in your car and you'll say, okay, car, take me to work. And then your car will get off on the wrong exit. And you'll say, car, this is not the right exit. And by the time you realize what's going on, your automated car pulls into a dark alley and men with guns open the hatch and say, give us everything you got. And then they program your car to take you 50 miles away. And by the time you get out of your car, they're long gone. That's exactly what will happen if you don't have a manual override. So I will not get in a self-driving car that doesn't have a manual override. It's not that I don't trust the car. I trust the car implicitly. I don't trust the people who are going to hack those cars. That's what we really need. Could you imagine? You beam up to work and your transport beam gets intercepted and you're out in the middle of the desert. Give us everything you got or we don't send you home. Oh my God, that'd be hilarious. Okay, so one of them gets straight pegs. Okay. So remember, it's not the technology I don't trust. It's the people I don't trust. And I don't trust AI either. Again, it's not the AI I don't trust. It's the people programming it I don't trust. Oh, this is adjustable. Oh no, it's supposed to sit, but it is adjustable. I can move those. Wasn't that interesting? That's actually kind of cool. Oh, jeez. Okay, so one of them will sit fixed. I was hoping this would be a little more adjustable. But it looks like it's going to be pretty different. Although I guess that's what the tensioner's for. Okay. Maybe it's a good thing I have two of these. My job might actually be easier with two. I can do one for small tubes and one for large tubes. I absolutely have to have a manual override. At the minimum, at the absolute minimum, I need a hard stop button. Not a soft stop button, a hard stop button. Meaning I hit this button and power's cut. Meaning you can't software override me. You can't program it to ignore this stop button. Meaning I press this button and I'm actually physically disconnecting a contactor from the battery. That's the only way I would trust it. Because then if somebody hacks that computer and tells it to go somewhere I don't want to go, I can hit that stop button and it's going to stop right where it is. Well, if we actually develop AI, they'll be able to do a lot of things like that. Because it'll be AI, it'll be a creature, it'll be able to, it'll become self-aware. Huh. This doesn't fit right. Do I have this one wrong? Oh, it's supposed to be on the inside. Okay. I do have it wrong. Exactly. And it has to be a hard disconnect. Not something the hacker can reprogram. People say, well, wouldn't that be dangerous if your car came to a stop in the middle of the highway? No, it would not. Because all the other AI cars around me would realize it and adjust accordingly. That's the benefit of AI. But for me, it's mandatory. I have to have a disconnect. Aircraft, you can't do that. If you have an emergency disconnect in aircraft, it's you fall out of the sky. Although there is a way you could do it. You could have two computers on board. And you could have the one computer that has fixed programming, ROM, read-only memory that cannot be altered. And if I cut power to the main computer brain, the backup computer brain takes over and it has one programmed instruction. Stop where you are, lower to the ground, and land. That could work. I disagree. We have um, we have a problem intentionally designing things to be hacked. And I guarantee you, one of the first things they will do is design a remote override command system into the AI so that the police or the government could take control of your vehicle and make it go where they want it to go. And the hackers would simply use that system. Yes, I believe that's what this is. I disagree because they would design an override into it. Oh yeah, okay, you're saying they could. Yes. But that would also mean it would be impossible for the government or the police to force you to pull over. And they would not allow that because humans are crazy like that. So the police and the government would insist on having a back door so that they could command the vehicle to stop. And the exactly. Exactly. They're trying to force them to put it into encryption because the government doesn't like the fact that we can do things and they can't see, even though they have no right to see. Government doesn't have rights, it's privileges. Yes. Basically, this replaces, you have two axes on a laser. You can move the head this way and you can move the frame this way. This basically replaces the frame. So when you tell it to move on y-axis, it would simply move this instead. I might even take my second kit, because I would like these to be longer. I would like this to be like this long. So I could put a body tube on here and cut into the body tube. That's kind of cool. I like that. All right. I can engrave cut marks and through the wall fin holes and stuff like that. Well, the problem is Jarvis was sentient. And the police are not going to want sentient. The police are going to want to be able to push a button and say, make that card pull over. Well, the hacker will simply use the same protocol. If this was supposed to include one of these... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I got it backwards. Of course I have it backwards. The long shaft needs to be on this end, because it actually uses this shaft for the belt drive. Derp, I should have realized that. No, I never assembled one of these. Actually, the one I purchased, I never even opened. When I do streams for you guys, I like to have everything be virgin when I do it, so you guys explore it as I explore it. So I did not open mine. I don't even know where it's at. I think it's in my crate outside right there. Good. That's one thing Google actually pissed me off on, is that I refuse to use Google Voice, because I refuse to say okay Google to activate my shit. I just refuse to do it. Sorry Google. I'm not going to be a shill for your company every damn time I talk to my automation system. It used to be you could say okay Jarvis. And Google is so greedy, they took that away because they want you to say okay Google. And I refuse to do that. People say, well, don't you talk to Siri or... Really? Boomer is close enough to Google? It doesn't sound close enough. I might have to try that. But see, I want to say asshole. How many of you guys have seen Old Man War? Or not seen, but watched read the book series Old Man's War? Well, when these people die and they get reborn into new bodies to act as soldiers for Earth, even though most of Earth doesn't have a clue what's going on, they get an implant, a PAL, inside their head, an AI that helps them out. And so all the guys end up calling their AIs asshole, and all the girls end up calling their AIs bitch. So when a guy needs help, he goes, hey asshole, what's the weather tomorrow? And I love that. I want to call my devices asshole. Just because I think that's hilarious. If you guys haven't read those books, please go read those books. They are so good. Again, your AI would have to be programmed with every single police officer and government agent in the country, which means you would have a generic imprint that would be transmitted with the override command for the government to be able to take control of your vehicle. And the hacker would simply use the same process. The only way to prevent your AI from being hacked is to have no backdoor, to have no government override, which means I need to be able to tell my AI, run that police officer over, and he'll do it. If he won't, then there's access for a hacker. And it will be hacked. I mean, think about it. If you can hack the car, I mean, robbing people would be easy. Just make the car go where it's safest for you to rob them and then send the car 50 miles away. by the time anybody figures out what's happened, you're long gone. Well, I'm a Gen Xer, so I was born in 75 or 76. I don't understand, Alec. What are you trying to say? All they would do is send the same credentials the government would send. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Your car would only listen to you because you would be the owner. But the government would have a backdoor override because they would insist on being able to force you to stop if they wanted you. It'd be like, a cop sees a drunk driver and he simply says, okay, tell that car to stop. And the AI would have to comply with this backdoor override. Well, whatever that backdoor override is, the criminals would use. It's that simple. And I have to go this way. Yes. Credentials is a password. It doesn't matter what your credentials are. Your credentials are irrelevant. They're not going to hack your credentials. They're going to hack the government backdoor. So your encryption could be impossible to hack, and it wouldn't matter. The government's backdoor would be hackable. And they would just pretend to be an officer. To the AI, it would be an officer calling in with credentials. Trust me, it would work. Yeah, great idea. And then you get controlled directly. You guys, see, you guys live in the safest time in all of human history. You have literally never been safer than right now. And you guys have no comprehension of just how nasty people can be to people. I mean, the nastiest creatures on this planet are... Did I? No, it's just tilted. Because that's not straight. It's because this one's not on right. There we go. So now I can put something on here. Do I have an example to show you? Of course I don't. The idea is something round, like a tube, can go on here. Oh, it's always fun to think about the future, absolutely. And see, that's actually one of the problems I have with Tesla. I don't like the idea that they can turn shit off. Like, there are people who have bought used cars and Tesla has disabled functions in the car. It's like, yeah, that's not kosher. And they better learn really fast that's not kosher. Okay. So now, I see how this works. Okay. Oh, I am missing parts. That's why I got 2 bags of bearings. I got the wrong parts. Because I am missing the pulley wheels that go on the rollers for the belt. Oops. Well, it's a good thing we're not going to try to use this today. I don't know where the other one is, though. It's I got that months ago. Huh. Oh, well, they're gonna have to send me some pulley wheels because you know how you have the gear drive on top of each stepper motor on your 3D printer. Well, the one goes on here, here, and here, so that these can be driven. Mine came with 2 bags of bearings, even though I don't need all these extra bearings. It was actually short 1 bearing. The bag was short 1 bearing because there's 2 on that one, 2 on that one, 2 on that one. Or the 1 bag had too many and the 1 bag had too little. No. I got 2 there. I got 2 there. I got 2 there and 2 there. Yeah, it's supposed to be 8 and there was only 7 in each. But they included 2 bags of bearings, so no problem. But they didn't include the actual shafts. It happens. They need to work on that, and this is part of what I do. They send me stuff like this, and I give them a feedback report, and that feedback report includes, don't fuck this up. Yeah, there's supposed to be 8 bearings. And there's supposed to be the pulley shafts. So the packing list, I had the plates, the belt, the washers, the acrylic parts, the profile. I had the 8 bearings. I had the 10 nuts. I had all the bolts, the stepper, the rollers, the cable, the tools, and the 2 lock nuts. What I did not have is the belt pulleys. Let me just double check. Yeah, they accidentally tossed 2 bags of bearings in the package instead of 1 bag of bearings and 1 bag of pulleys. That's what happened. Interesting, these feet aren't even listed in the parts list. That's something they added. So I will stick all of this back into here so I don't lose it, because I definitely want to use this. Well, that's what happens. I send them a report and they increase the checks on that kind of a thing, hopefully. Optimally, that's what happens. We'll see. If any of you guys order one of these, let me know what it has. So let's get these all in 1 bag so I don't lose them. So basically, this would replace the Y-axis on your laser cutter. And now you can stick something round on here, and the belt drive would control this and whatever you put on here. Hopefully it's a 1-to-1 ratio, like, you know, I guess the equivalent of E-steps. Because the idea would be I would make a flat profile of what I want the circumference of the tube to look like. Put the tube on here and then run the laser and it would do it. Hopefully. That's the idea, at least. Alright. This is how you adjust it. Now, here's the annoying part. I would like to see them figure out a way to fix this. Right now, like say if I want to do my 3-inch body tube, this is probably about the size I need. No, we're done. We can't finish assembling this because I need the pulleys in order to put the belt on. So the belt would go around these 3 shafts and then through this here. And that also means this one should be toothed and not smooth. That should be a tooth bearing since the belt is going to go around it this way. So they need to include 4 pulleys and 1 set of bearings. Because this is going to be touching the smooth side of the belt. This is going to be touching the tooth side of the belt. So you would adjust this. You would take this and you would move it closer or further from here for whatever size you want it to work with. I promise I need 3. I need a 16 tooth and 2 25 tooth. And I'm not going to tear apart printers to try to find those pulleys. And then your belt would go around these 3, up and over this one, around this one, and around these. And you would adjust the position of this one here for slack. So, for example, when I move these closer together, I'm going to have more slack. And I have to move this up to eat up that slack, to take up the slack, to keep the belt tight. I have another one, but I don't know where it's at. I bought it months ago. And when they told me they were sending me this, I obviously never bothered opening it because we were going to do the one that came with. Probably, this is not going to be undergoing a lot of torque. I could probably print the pulleys for this, and I might actually do that. Because are they all flat-sided? No, these are round. This is flat, so that's not a problem, but these are round. So I might have to take a grinding disc and put a flat into these. So that, because these depend on you tightening down the grub screws. And you can't tighten down grub screws too much when you're going through a plastic pulley because you just tear the plastic apart. So you need that flat side to keep the pulley in the right spot. Ender V2 bed. My leveling was too low on my last run. I didn't notice right away I stopped the print, but I can't see. Your best bet is going to be something like this. And just gently scraping at it. Just sitting there and just going until you work it off. This is something that has a fine enough edge that it should be able to do that without tearing apart your bed too much. Otherwise, just live with it and leave it there. Little bits of it will probably come off as you pull other prints off. I don't know. There's 3 different heads here. This is called LU2-1, LU2-2, and LU2-3. Just be careful. You want low angle. So when you're chiseling, you want your angle to be very low like this. And you just want to very gently just rub it back and forth and work it in there and try to get those bits off. Try not to tear apart your bed too much. That doesn't make any sense. PLA should stick to PLA. That's weird. And what kind of bed is on this printer? Is it the glass bed? Or is it the fake tack bed? Yeah, for the most part, let the chisel do the work. Is it a glass bed, the silicon dioxide bed, or is it a fake tack bed? Hey, one thing great about this review program I'm in is I get lots of this. Just lots and lots and lots of kits of solderless and butt connectors and fuses and solderless connectors and heat shrink tubing. I'm developing a lifetime supply. Okay, let's put this aside. Oh, and I got these too. Magnetic trays. These are going to be fun. Be able to keep stuff from running away from me. It is, isn't it? It's in the link down below under 3D printing parts, tools, and accessories for the chisel. And you also want the cake knife. Yeah, screws have a interdimensional travel capability. They can side shift into alternate dimensions even if they're attached to a magnet. So that's just something to do with screws. You just got to deal with it. So we will come back to this once I get some pulleys for it. Screws are like socks. They have that little interdimensional travel capability. Yeah, Colin got it. Because I got a 1,400 square foot house, and it's like, where the hell do the socks go? It's like, it's not a big house. They can't hide. Now I wonder, is there a laser in here? Like, does this not come with a laser? And they include the laser separately? Or do I have 4 laser heads now? I always keep these flat ones. They always come in handy. Oh, interesting. These are more lime green. Oh, interesting. There's the control board. I did not give you permission to fall. Nope, this includes a laser head. And a beefy one, too. Fragile as in your prints fall apart, or the printer is fragile? I assume you're talking about the print result, meaning what you're printing is fragile. Yeah, sounds like under extrusion. Oh, that's interesting. This is different. Oh, this is an LU2-4. So they have 4 different laser heads. That's not good. Where did that come from? I don't know. Maybe it's so you can mark metal? This came with that. I thought it was a part of the laser head, but it's not. First you gotta find, well, if the printers are the same, then it has nothing to do with E-steps or multipliers. What works on one should work on the other. Now, if you change the nozzle, that means you probably have a PTFE tube gap. You probably need to disassemble and reassemble your hot end. I would not mess with multiplier or E-steps unless it's happening to both machines. Oh, that's interesting. What is up with this? Oh, this is the x-axis. Okay. So this is going to be the carriage. Hang on a second. We'll go over something real quick. Let me get these parts out of here so I can get this box off the table. This is going to be the Y carriages. That's an end stop switch. That's an awfully long rod. Nothing in there. And nothing in there. supply, end plates, screws and shafts, end stop switch, control board, USB cable, belts, glasses, supplies to mess with burning stuff. I hope to test this. Yeah, for real. Let's hope this has all the parts. Do we have the belt pulleys? Yes, there's one belt pulley. There should be two. There's all the bolts. Oh no, it says just one. So how does it move the other axis? Oh, it's on there already. Okay. Oh, the pulleys are here. Same thing. Got to download directions. Okay, the hot end for your your printer has, let's bring up a picture. Hang on. Not that one. That one. Okay, that's that. Where is a good picture? I need an assembled one. That'll work. Okay. What link? Okay, on your printer, you have the extruder, which is this part and this part. Right? This is called the feeder. This is called the hot end. Both of these together form the extruder. Now, there's several places where you can get under extrusion. We're going to start with the hot end. The hot end is a PTFE tube that's held in by this compression fitting here that goes all the way to the nozzle. Doesn't matter if you change the hot end. If there's a gap between this PTFE tube and this nozzle, you're going to cook off filament inside here, and that's going to cause under extrusion. If it's really bad, it'll actually leak filament either in here or in here, but most likely right here on top of the block. Now, the other place where you could have problems is here. It could be this connection is loose. It could be this bolt right here is too tight. If this bolt's too tight, this spring arm won't be able to fully reset and push back, which is going to cause it to lightly press on the filament. You'll get under extrusion. Another place you could have a problem is with this brass gear right here. This brass gear is held on by these grub screws. If these grub screws are loose, this brass gear might not turn properly with this shaft. This stepper motor, using this shaft here, turns this grub screw, which pushes the filament through. So if these grub screws are coming loose, then they're not going to turn one to one. Every now and then this is going to slip, or it's going to be slipping continuously, and you'll get under extrusion. The other problem is this gear could shift position. It can move up or down if it comes loose. Another problem is this arm here has a small extension right here. That's where this idler pulley goes through. That arm could be cracked. If that arm cracks, then this, no matter, even if this is set up correctly, this pulley will not properly apply tension to the filament into the gear drive. So what you have to do is you have to take this screw here out completely, pop this arm off, and flip it over and look at it and see if this arm has a crack. If this arm has a crack, or if this here pulley isn't set up properly, or if it's loose and wobbling, or the shaft is cracking. But basically, you need to check the integrity of this swing arm here. Make sure it's not cracked. Check the integrity of these grub screws. One of them should be on the flat. But these are the feeder problems, and the gap here is your hot end problems. Those are all the things that would cause an extrusion issue. He probably would have noticed that and said something, if it, because it's a pretty obvious sound when it does that. And that would be hot end. That wouldn't be here. Meaning if this was skipping and stuttering, your problem is here. But if it's not skipping and stuttering, your problem is probably here. By the way, this right here is something you're going to want to probably purchase, because eventually you will crack the plastic arm. It's just plastic fatigue. It will eventually fail. This is about $10 or $11 on Amazon. You can get this aluminum feeder unit. It's a direct drop-in replacement for what you have now. Literally 3 bolts, drop it in, done. Okay. Let's get these directions downloaded. No problem, man. Good luck. Okay. Now I should have that on my Google Drive. Not yet. Still uploading. Shouldn't take that long. Oh, still uploading. Wow, it's 103 megabytes. It's a big file. Ooh, 160 megabytes. Oh, it's probably got software and drivers. Yeah, it makes sense. Well, their performance is identical. They just don't crack like the plastic ones do. No, there's probably like there's a lot of files. Yeah, laser gerbils included, light burns included. or download link for Lightburn. Where is the manual in English? User manual English. Here we go. Oh, that's an interesting design. They really lifted that head up off the ground. Oh, and the metal shaft is to connect the two ends. So they only drive it from one end, and then this connects it to the other end. Well, that's interesting. How does it... Oh, it's just a pinch. Okay. Huh. Interesting. You mean which feeder unit? The extruder's the whole thing. For the feeder unit... Hang on. If you go to my Idealist page, my Amazon link down below, there's a section called 3D Printing Parts, Tools, and Accessories. You got whole kits here. So this gives you Capricorn, this gives you the metal feeder unit, this gives you the updated springs, and then if you just want the feeder unit, they're available as well. Like here, $8, probably $8.99. Yeah, $7.99. So there, $7.99, and that's the replacement unit. By the way, right here, can you see that? Yeah. So you see that flat part right there in the middle of the screen? That's the part that'll crack on the plastic one. I click on that right here. It'll crack right there on the plastic unit. This is where the pulley sits, right there. So if this cracks, then the pulley can't push the filament into the drive gear. So yeah, they're dirt cheap. It'll cost you a little bit more, but it still shouldn't be that much. Well, the Z-axis you adjust with the focus. This table might actually not be big enough for this thing. I like the Maker Box and the Alien Box. Those are my favorites. Although I might have to cancel them soon. We'll see. Just because, you know, money's a bit tight. And right now, those are costing me $60 a month. I have links for both of those down below as well. If you just want filament, go with the Maker Box. If you like the idea of having projects and goodies included with each box, that's really pissing me off. Then go with the Alien Box. Okay. No holes. No holes. That one's longer. This one has no holes as well. That looks like it's a shorter one. And these have holes and they're long. Okay. Will you build any of those projects on stream soon? Maybe I will start doing those if that's something you guys want to see. That's something we can do maybe. So I'm not getting the the crazy influx of printers I was getting before, so I can't do 4 printers a month because I don't have 4 printers a month. But we can do other projects. Yeah, that'd work if that's something you guys want to see. That is an end stop switch. No, I'm not sponsored. I pay for them out of my pocket. I'm actually looking at transferring my phone service over to Hello, because that'll lower my phone bill from $55 a month to $25 a month, even though the service is not as good. And I'm looking at possibly canceling my maker boxes just because I can't afford the $60 a month. Got to be careful with the bills. These are hammer nuts, T-nuts. Yeah, it'd be prohibitively expensive to get those in Europe. Somebody in Europe would have to do one. Wow, that is a tiny little control board. Holy crap. That's how wide it is. As wide as those plugs. And that itty bitty little board in there runs this whole thing. Yeah. Well, if you're using them and you have the disposable income, they're wonderful. You just get access to filaments you never even heard of before, or filaments you might not try because of how much they cost. And so you'll never discover how nice they were. Yeah, Maker Geeks was poorly run. They got in over their heads and they tried to. It sucks. I liked Maker Geeks. The guy just didn't run it properly. Two grubs, yes. And the belts will leave them in the bag. So I now have all 4 lasers, it looks like. So this is the LU2-1, 2, 3, and 4. I wonder what the difference is. Like, what's the difference between 3 and 4? They still owe me $500, which obviously I'm never going to see. I had like $700 in outstanding orders. My credit card refunded $200 of it and wouldn't refund anymore. So I got burned bad. So I wonder what the difference between these lasers is. So these two have the same control board, and these two have the same control board. But this one's marked 1, 2, 3, and 4. So what's the difference between 3 and 4 and 1 and 2? The 4th one came with the kit. 1, 2, and 3 came in the individual boxes. So these they shipped extra, and this number 4 is what comes with the laser, with the unit. Jason, there is no don't use Maker Geeks. They don't exist anymore. They're gone. They're out of business. And the problem is they made damn good filament that was just you couldn't get anywhere else. I still want some of that Dragon's Breath filament. But, what are you going to do? Shit happens. Alright, we should have the instructions now. Okay. So it says here they have 7 watt, 15 watt, and 20 watt. So what's the 4th one? Is this the experimental one for bluing steel? Why does it jump? God, I hate when it does that. When looking at the document file, it jumps. Okay. So this is the one that includes the stepper motor. This one does not. So we have to install the limit switch with the spacers and the screws. Oh, you're talking about polyalchemy. Yeah, I love polyalchemy. That's just really sad. They make such unique filament that you just can't get anywhere else. Okay. Oh, it's a switch, a little itty bitty switch too. Hmm. And it's got two connections? Why? It's got two connections on it. Huh. I should turn you guys a little bit this way so you can see what I'm doing. I just realized you guys can't see what I'm doing. Okay, so these go through here, through the spacers. Spacers! I haven't seen a video from him in a while. I hope he's okay. Yeah, they closed up. They didn't go out of business. They ceased operations, so they chose to stop. Because I guess they couldn't make enough money. Where the hell did the other spacer go? I just had it here. Oh, wow. It was like blending into the table. I hope they're able to make a comeback. I have an LU2-4. These are all LU2s. Okay. Limit switch is installed. Oh, that's what the coupler is for. To join the long shaft. Okay. There's two places I know of to get a purple glitter. You have the Chinese companies that make a purple glitter. Um, let me see if I can find it for you. And then you have Protopasta. They also have a purple glitter. So here is Eryone's purple glitter. Zyro makes a purple glitter? I wasn't aware of that. And then you also have Protopasta. Protopasta, there's a link down in the description for Protopasta. They also have a glitter. It's obviously a lot more money, but it's nice filament. Okay. So 3 watt, 3, 7, 15, and 20. So we're obviously going to do the 20. Oh, they probably do. There are a few glitter filaments out there that are OEM'd by a few different people. Thank you, Beetlecuber. I appreciate that a lot. Just remember, guys, if you wanna send me something, use PayPal because I get almost all of it when you use PayPal. But thank you very much. Okay, so that shaft will go across to the other side and drive both halves. Yeah, Galactic Empire Metallic Purple, that's it. That is not straight. Getting there. Boy, definitely chilly today. Staying at 36 degrees. It's not going up. Next step. Why is there a belt going through there? Oh, that's the drive for the. That's interesting. They're using the same hole for both. That's actually pretty cool. Problem is, which one? There are 3 belts, and they are different lengths. They're pretty close to the same length. I don't know if $2 is worth getting rid of the spool. Just me personally. Okay. Now, the problem is, which freaking piece do I use? Like, how do I know which of these to use? Okay. This is the one oddball, so this must be the crossbeam. The 2 fixed short ones must be the size, and the 2 fixed long ones must be the length. So this has to be the crossbeam. It's the only odd man out, so to speak. Oh, really? So PayPal does take a bigger cut if you're from another country, huh? And thank you for joining my Patreon. I appreciate that. That is oddly enough the one source of income I have that's remained pretty steady, right around $300 a month. My Amazon has dropped to almost nothing. We're a third the way through the month, and I've got $37 from Amazon. Oh, that hurts. I appreciate it, Riff Raff. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to use these long ones, I think. See, it's not telling me what freaking screws to use. What's up with that, Ortur? Like, there's no marking saying which screws to use. We're going to go with these shorter ones. So I have long ones, semi-long ones. Those go together. Shorter ones, longish ones. Whole bunch of little shorties. Longer, shorties, skinnies, shorty. So this requires 4. There are 4 of these, so I'm going to assume these 4 are it. Well, the problem is everything else doesn't say what size screw to use either. More light here? Yeah, a little bit. So those are hammer nuts and washers. So it's not a matter of extras, it's a matter of what size. So what they should be saying is use the 15 millimeter screws, use the 20 millimeter screws, and they're not. And that's annoying. So 1 washer and 2 screws, and then the belt. I'm going to assume I use the shorter one. It is long enough, so I'm going to use the shorter one. The belt goes in here and slides through the opening. Okay. That goes in there. And then this one gets a washer because that's how it pinches the belt. That's all right, Alden. I appreciate you showing up. And that barely touches. Hopefully that will actually pinch it. I don't think it's going to. Oh, it does. Yeah, I can't pull it. Well, it works better than I thought it would. That goes like that. These are obviously going to need to face the same way. How's that supposed to go? This needs this to be on here. Let's just snug this down. 4.5, 5 watts, not bad. I'm Groot. Interesting. Thank you for that, Ronald. Now I've got to somehow get that to go through. It definitely does not want to. No, that does not want to go through. There it goes. Just had to give it a little persuasion. Okay. This and this. What is going on? There it goes. Percussive maintenance. There you go. Persuasion. I'm assuming I'm going to have to adjust that belt, so I'm going to leave that a little loose. Because I think I'm going to have to adjust this. Okay. So that is your x-axis, which moves along your y-axis, or actually, I guess this would be your y-axis, moves along your x-axis. I think people are buying with the links. Amazon has just dramatically cut the commission they pay by like 80%, 70%. Yeah, Amazon just dramatically cut what they're paying people. So I went from an average of $800 a month to less than $200 a month, which is why I have to start cutting back on spending. Because before, with everything combined, I was making about $1,200 a month. Now I'm making about $600 a month. That's not enough. So I just gotta, live within my means. What am I missing here? Oh, switch. Okay. Next step. No, the number of sales on Amazon is similar to before. So the number of people clicking and the number of people buying hasn't really changed that much. No, Amazon just took advantage of the virus situation to do that, is my guess. They basically said F you to everybody. Now, wait a minute. If I understand this right, this has to go on before I bolt the frame together. What the? Oh. Now that's weird. Okay. Except they never show this actually being installed. So what's going to happen is I'm going to have to send them a lot of feedback on this. They show... Oh no, this should slide right over. That shouldn't be a problem. Okay. So I should be able to slide this right onto the assembly even after it's built. That should work. So let's put this over here for now. Time to build the main frame. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that a lot of companies are going to take advantage of this virus pandemic to downsize. And they're estimating that anywhere between 8 and 16 million jobs are never coming back. Meaning those jobs are gone forever. And that's going to be a rude awakening to our economies. That is not going to be fun. That's cool to have a whole set of lasers. Wait a minute. Are you kidding me? Yeah, when were you going to tell me to put the freaking carriage on? You numbskulls. That goes this way. This goes this way. Yeah, these instructions kind of suck. We're going to have to work on that. Exactly. Well, food I'm not worried about. It's paying bills I'm worried about. They're not giving people the money. They're basically, I bring people to Amazon to buy stuff, and Amazon gives me a cut. The sellers are actually paying it. That commission that Amazon gives me is part of what the hell? Interesting. Oh, they're using the actual pulley wheels. Oh, that's pretty ingenious, actually. So the seller is actually the percentage the seller pays to Amazon to be on Amazon is where the commission that I make comes from. Yeah, but why does Amazon care? It's not being paid by Amazon. And they're certainly not going to lower what they charge the sellers. So Amazon's just keeping that money because they're greedy. You know, it's one thing if they were lowering the prices, but they're not. They're just pocketing the profit. I mean, sure, I'm in that review program, but that review program doesn't make me money. It gets me stuff, but it doesn't make me money. Where'd that little screwdriver go? There it is. Oh, he's only 200 billion richer this year since his stocks went up so much. It's like, yeah, he needs it. Okay. There we go. Interesting. That's actually a pretty ingenious method of doing that. I'll give him credit for that. Huh. So the way that works is the belt is pinched on both ends. And then the belt rides on the actual roller wheels as idlers up around the pulley on the stepper motor, back down under the other roller wheel. And now the belt has a drive system. That's pretty freaking cool. Amazon doesn't lose anything. Again, when you sell something on Amazon, you pay Amazon for the privilege of selling on Amazon. The commission comes from what you're paying Amazon to list your items on Amazon. So when Amazon lowered the commission they paid to us without lowering what they're charging the vendors, they're just pocketing the difference. Again, if Amazon was paying the commissions, I'd agree. But Amazon's not. The sellers are. So the sellers are still paying the commission amount. Amazon's just pocketing it. So if I want to sell this on Amazon and I need to make $8, right? Amazon says, well, you got to pay, 20% to list it on Amazon. All right? So that's $1.60. So I sell this for $9.99. Now, the $1.60 comes out of the sale price of the item. It's not coming out of Amazon's pocket. It's not coming out of Amazon's profit. That's built into the commission fee that Amazon charges the retailers in order to sell on Amazon. You basically, you need high turnover to make it good. Well, that's not how it works, though. Oh, sure. Give me $200 billion and I can start an Amazon. Amazon's called a monopoly. They're an effective monopoly. The reality is they're an oligarchy because you have an oligarchy of Amazon, eBay, and Walmart. They're going to be your three big ones. And the only way you can compete with Amazon is to have the kind of money Amazon has. Without that kind of money, you can't compete with Amazon. That's like saying start your own Walmart. Sure, go ahead, try. Put it this way, Walmart has so much money and so much control that if a store talks about unionizing its workers, they will shut down the entire store. They will close the Walmart. They will take the loss of losing an entire Walmart rather than let them talk about unionizing. Okay, that's how much power Walmart has. AliExpress is irrelevant. People in the U.S. don't order from AliExpress. You know, little weirdos like you and me might order something now and then from AliExpress, but for the most part, no. And yeah, that's crazy because eBay is incredibly expensive, yet it's still cheaper than Amazon. But you also have less convenience compared to Amazon. So it depends on what you're selling. Yes, it is. That is absolutely incorrect, Lightspeed. A monopoly is not determined by how well somebody else can do it. A monopoly is determined by you being the only one in the market. Or in this case, it would be an oligarchy. An oligarchy is when there's a couple. When the point is there's still no competition. And the problem is our financial system has created these conditions under which you goddamn book, you keep falling. Stay there. I don't think I'd call it a cartel. A cartel something. I'll have to look up that word to see exactly what it means. But they okay, technically they're not a monopoly because there's more than one. But they are an oligarchy, which is the same thing really. It's just it's instead of there being one king, there's two or three kings. The point is you can't compete with them. The only people who can compete with them are other people who are as big as them. And it's gotten to the point where Amazon is so powerful that publishers don't want to sell on Amazon anymore because Amazon has too much power, too much control over the price of the products. Okay. No, there isn't shitloads of competition. There is no competition. The only ones that are competing with Amazon would be eBay and Walmart. That's it. There's no other competition. Now, you might be talking about people at this level versus people at this level. Okay? Down here at this level, there's lots of competition. Up here at this level, there is no competition. Even Walmart is struggling. Walmart is struggling to compete with Amazon. Yeah, let's look. I don't know. What does cartel mean? I don't wanna. Hey, we got PayPal's. Jonathan Barnes sent me $5 on PayPal. Eric Romal sent me $10 on PayPal. And Alexander Haney sent me $5 on PayPal. You guys rock. Thank you. I'm complaining because they made me an offer. I accepted the offer. And then they changed it without a reason. Because they can. This is my job. Hello, Lightspeed. This is my job. It's called being self-employed. Which, by the way, means I pay more taxes, by the way. I could actually make more money if I went to work for Walmart. All right? But being self-employed means I don't have to suck someone else's dick for minimum wage. And again, I wasn't complaining. I simply mentioned what was happening. You know, when your income depends on someone else's business structure, this is the price you pay. Your business could collapse if that other business changes their business structure, just like what like YouTube did. That's why I said the Patreon has been very steady. The same problem with YouTube. I mean, my views only get me about $75 a month from YouTube. 5 years ago, that would have been $300 or $400 a month. I mean, you could argue the same thing. Bezos should go get a job. I mean, he's not doing anything. He's selling stuff from other people. How is that any different than what I'm doing? He's making money off the backs of other people. And what he did is he got his company so big that he is now too big to fail. So he can start exerting more control and taking profits. Because he got so large that no one can live without him. But he's not doing anything. What's his job? What's Bezos' job? If you're saying that what I'm doing is not a job, then I say what he's doing is not a job. Because he's taking money from the sales of stuff people are selling on his platform. So what's he doing? All he's doing is running a platform. Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm running a platform. It's just I'm this big, and he's this big. I don't think so. Exactly. Getting Amazon commission is not a job. Amazon commission is a way to monetize my job. That's how I monetize. That's how I convert this content into income. Donations, Jonathan Barnes and Eric and Alexander, Patreon, my ads on YouTube, and my commissions on Amazon. Okay, that's how I convert my job, content creation, into income, because this doesn't make money. I can do this all day long and it makes me zero money. That's what's called monetization. I have to have a way of monetizing this process of content creation. And the way content creators monetize, this is the same way your Star Trek works. This is the same way your 90210 works. This is the same way your Reno 911 works, and your Marvel's Avengers Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. works. Okay? They create content, video, and then they monetize it. Well, that's what I do. I monetize it. No, it's okay. Explaining it. Bezos didn't invent that. He just was the first one to become huge. He didn't invent that. Sears had that long before Bezos had it. Did you ever get a Sears catalog when you were a kid? Maybe you're not old enough. I honestly don't know how old you are. But you never got a Sears catalog? You never got a Radio Shack catalog? All Bezos did was do that online. And he put enough money into it because he made millions. Wasn't he the one who made the millions on PayPal? Or was that Musk? Was it Bezos or Musk who did PayPal? I don't remember. But he created a platform. And his platform is no different than my platform, except in scale. Now, the problem I have is the same problem that every other content creator has. We are monetizing on the backs of other platforms. So if Patreon goes away, that money goes away. All right? If Amazon goes away, then that money goes away. That's just how it works. Oh, it does make money. It's just a matter of how much. And when your platform depends on another platform to monetize, well, you're partially at the mercy of that other platform. If that other platform changes how they pay out, well, then there's nothing you can do about that. I don't control Amazon. That's why I diversify my income as much as I possibly can. You know, the more different directions I can make money, the more resilient my income will be to that kind of disruption. In this instance, well, Amazon was a pretty big portion of it. You know, that boat has sailed. You know, that's all there is to it. Yes, you did say he invented it. You said he created, let's see, where did you say that? Bezos invented the best online retailer in the world. No, he didn't. He just formed the best online retailer. It had already been invented. So you're the one who used the word invented. People who make the kind of money Bezos makes don't earn it. They take it. Now, that's the way our world works. I'm not going to place right or wrong on that. I don't like that our world works that way, but that is how our world works. No, don't worry about it, Alex. Lightspeed's been here a long time. He's a good guy. Let's see. So this is going to go here. Oh, so the short end goes that way. So these are the sides. Let's get this out of the way. Although I'm going to need this soon because this has to go on. This should be a straight bolt through. These should simply bolt directly into these. And then the plates should attach. Now, are these... There should be 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I only have 7. Are these long enough? I don't think these are long enough. Nope, definitely not long enough. So those are going to be the hammers. I am short 1 bolt. I think I'm short 1 bolt. Wait a minute, Musk. That's actually a number 1 key. I took the number 1 key and I put it in place of my I key because the cat took the right here. The cat took my I key. He actually peeled my I key off. Actually, Bezos made shipping slower and worse. Bezos is, well, combined with Congress, Bezos is, no, that was actually Noel. He took the I key off, so I took the 1 key and put it on the I because I use the I more than I use the 1. I have a whole new keyboard. You can see I got some wearing on the keys here. I have a whole new keyboard. I just haven't done it yet. Bezos is actually abusing the system, and not intentionally. I don't think he's in... Okay, Bezos is not malicious. He's not a bad person. But his decisions are going to have consequences that are not good for our society. And one of those consequences is that he is, along with Congress, helping to destroy the mail system. Have you tried to ship a package lately, Lightspeed? Have you seen how much it costs to ship a package? Well, part of the reason it costs so much to ship a package is because of Bezos. They have such a inside deal, so to speak, with the mail system that the mail, and then combine that with what Congress did to try to destroy the mail system, which they're continuing to try to destroy the mail system, and you have a system that's not sustainable. So now it costs an absolute fortune for you and me to ship a package. To give you an idea of how messed up the system is, I ordered a sound bar. LG had a clearance on sound bars on eBay, 2.1 sound bar. So sound bar, Bluetooth capable with Toslink and RCA plus a woofer. I got 3 of them. They were such a good deal. I got one for Michelle, I got one for me, and I got one for the living room when I get around to getting this living room going. $39 shipped on eBay. So that means even with shipping, eBay fees, and PayPal fees, no, it's not. It's not Crook's post. It's not Trump's crooked postmaster. This destruction of the USPS has been going on for 10 years. He did that with the postmaster in order to try to shut down mail to rig voting. At least that's what people say. No, the problem I'm talking about is the USPS being ordered to prepay the benefits 75 years into the future, which is costing them over $10 billion a year, which they can't afford, and it's destroying them. And they are the only organization on this planet with that kind of a mandate, and that is there specifically to kill the post office. And I don't even think that has anything to do with Democrat or Republican. I think that has more to do with insiders and FedEx and UPS who don't like having to compete with the very, very efficient post office. And the result of that is I bought these speakers that include shipping, that include PayPal fees, that include eBay fees, that include taxes for $39. I can't ship the empty box back for $39. It's $44 for me to ship the empty box back. I mean, on Amazon, I bought a heater. A 700-watt heater. The welds were bad. The heater started leaking. It was past the point at which I could just send it back to Amazon because it was like 2.5 months. The manufacturer said, fine, you'll have to pay to ship it to us, and you'll have to pay $10 for us to ship the new one back to you. That's $73 in shipping for a $36 heater. I could literally buy 2 more heaters for less than the cost to ship it to them and back to get a warranty replacement. Thankfully, Amazon stepped in and said, fine. That's because Amazon charges everything to the sellers. So Amazon can afford to be nice like that. But that's how crazy the shipping has gotten. Now, how is that a level playing field? How do I compete when they have that kind of inside access to control the market that way? That you and I don't have. Because you and I can never be big enough to make that kind of a shipping deal with the post office. So don't say he earns his money, because he earns it he does earn his money. He's not a crook. But he earns it on the back of a system that should not exist. He earns his money through a process that should never exist to begin with. The Elderwood case, they basically replied, called me a crook, and said I never built or sold a thing. And that's basically all their reply was. So now I guess we have to wait for it to go up in front of the USPTO. I have a video on that. My last video actually is about the Elderwood case. And we build a dice box at the same time. I'm guessing with the COVID thing, all of this stuff is running pretty slow. So the problem, Lightspeed, is that, call it what you want, but ultimately they have an oligarchy. And that oligarchy gives them powers and controls they should not have. Because by allowing them to have those kinds of powers and controls, allows them to do things that prevent any other competition from doing the same thing they're doing. So it's what we call a non-free market. And people say, well, that's capitalism. Well, no, it's not capitalism. Capitalism doesn't exist in the U.S. anymore. We stopped using capitalism after World War II. What we have now is cronyism. where people can manipulate the market based on the power they have. And that's not something you can easily compete with. Wait a minute, why does this only have 3 legs? Or is this a 4th leg? Nope, that's not a 4th leg. Does this count as a leg? Ah, this counts as a leg. This is 1 leg. Okay. Now, I'm pretty sure the belt goes through this. Yes, it does. So where is the last position for the belt? There should be a position on here. No? Aren't there 2 belts? So where does the second belt position go? Oh, it goes on top. It gets pinched on top. I think. Yeah, that's a square. So the bolt goes through there, sits here, and that pinches the belt right there. Okay. That makes sense. So let's do these first. This one and this one. Commie is a political position, not a corporate one. So communism has nothing to do with your business interactions. Okay. No, this has to go this way. Because it's going through this. Ah, okay, I see. One goes there, one goes here. Okay. But when you become as large as these companies do, and keep in mind, capitalism would prevent these companies from becoming this large. Capitalism abhors monopoly. Actually, the most capitalist country on this planet. Let's see if you guys can figure this out. What is the most capitalist country on this planet? You're never going to guess. Some of you might. But most of you are never going to. Yes! Alan King nailed it! China is operating under almost pure capitalism. Russia's dead. They got to figure out what they're going to do because right now they're screwed. China is the most capitalist country on the planet. In fact, their communist government is having a problem with it because the current war in China is between capitalism and communism. And they can't they don't want to kill the capitalism because it's helping them immensely from a financial point of view, but they also don't want to lose their communist control. And they haven't figured out what to do about it. It's actually quite fascinating watching China to see what they're going to do, how things are going to go with China. That's fascinating. I think I can use the short ones here. Yep. India is small compared to China. Now, I think India is also going to be capitalist, but they're not on the level of China yet. But they're growing. I can tell you this, it's definitely going to be interesting, that's for sure. So that locks that belt in. And then I got to lock this belt in, and then I got to make sure that side's aligned before I lock it in. Remember, we didn't ask what company is capitalist. We asked what the biggest one is. And right now, the biggest one is China. And it's going to be interesting seeing how everybody reacts when China actually starts to exert its control. Well, I tell people all the time that my preferred method of the way I like to see things run is a proper mix. And that proper mix is what the United States is supposed to be. The we've become very polarized, where it's either us versus them, or you agree with me or you're the bad guy. And it's a very not good way of operating. But we were supposed to be a melting pot. And the way we are supposed to operate is with a little bit of everything. This belt attachment method is a little annoying, but it's pretty ingenious. I got to give them credit. It's a pretty smart way of doing it. It's simple, it's effective, and it's very low parts count and low profile. Okay, so now that should be locked in place. Not really, because I got to lock the other side. So, a lot of people say that we're a democracy. First of all, no, we're not. We are not a democracy, and we were never supposed to be a democracy. We are supposed to be a constitutional republic. We are, we are so much not supposed to be a democracy that the founding fathers went to great lengths to never use the word democracy anywhere. You read all of our historical paperwork, they never use the word democracy. Nowhere in the Constitution is the word democracy used. Because they recognize the same thing that any intelligent person eventually recognizes, is that isms are bad for you. Anytime you have an ism, a purity, exactly. We are back to the robber baron days. We just happen to enjoy these robber barons because they give us shit in 2 days. And let me tell you, I order a lot from Amazon. I like Amazon too. But they should not have the kind of power they have. Because in the end, having that kind of power concentrated is going to end badly. There is no way for it not to end badly. So the United States is supposed to be a mixture of everything. And a lot of people get really angry when I say this because they're hyperpolarized. Hyperpolarized people are easy to manipulate. We are supposed to be a little bit of democracy, and a little bit of capitalism, and a little bit of communism, and a little bit of socialism, and a little bit of totalitarianism. We're supposed to be all of that. And a lot of people say, well, that don't make sense, blah, blah. Well, yes, it does. What people don't realize, how do I get this to stay in? Oh, that's right. This goes through here. And this is going to extend through here like this. These instructions suck, by the way. So this is going to go here like this. This is going to bolt onto the front like that. So I need a hammer nut. The problem is, but how the hell am I going to hammer nut that with the belt in the way? I'm pretty sure that's exactly what I'm supposed to do. Yeah, I know. I really need to get this place cleaned up and get my nice table set up. Really, really need to do that. And these are slide-in hammers. These are not the kind that you can twist in. These are fixed position hammer nuts. And the problem I'm going to run into is, can I even attach that? Yes, I can. I think I feel the screw sitting there. Yes, that worked. Okay. So that's going to go there like that. Which means I have to adjust this one. Because I have too little slack here. Yes, these are not the turn and burn T-nuts. These are fixed T-nuts. They're a bit stronger, but they're not adjustable. You have to actually slide them in as if they were a bolt hole in advance. There we go. And that is not straight. So I need to make this end move without the other end moving. We will do that by turning this. So the problem is the two ends are not aligned now. So I have to make this end turn without making that end turn. Oop, and I dropped the nut. Where's my pliers? Here's my pliers. But right now, China. This is the this is all four. Mine came with all four of them. I believe yours will come with the 20 watt if you buy the bigger one. They actually sell both the 15 watt and the 20 watt. If you click on the link below, the one that's in stock is the 15 watt. The one that comes from China is the 20 watt because they don't have them in stock on Amazon yet. Okay, so now I need to make sure this is going to sit level. Just wiggle it back and forth a little bit. Make sure it's lining up, and then retighten this one. And then that'll lock them in place. See you later, Caliber Manx. Now, the nice thing about T-nuts on the end is that I'm going to have to actually take those bolts out again because I just realized I didn't put the T-nuts in for here. Oh man, that's really annoying. I got to loosen up the frame to get those nuts in because those have to slide in. Boy, that's really annoying. Yeah, I have to take them out. So I have to completely remove the top one. These instructions suck. They're just very, very incomplete. Now I should be able to bend that and slide these bad boys in. No, it does not want to bend that much. I was hoping I could twist it. Oh, wait a minute. If I take it fully out, I could probably twist it enough. Nope. These are there are two kinds of nuts there. You have, I don't know what they're called. I think they're called hammer nuts and T-nuts. Hammer nuts you have to slide in. T-nuts you have to push in. Yes, I can push it out enough. So I got to put one in for this down here. And one, here's the difference. You can see they're shaped a little differently. So these are not designed to rotate in place. These are designed to more properly fit in the extrusions. So they slide into place like that. That means they can never pull out, but it also means you have to put them in advance. But you don't have to pull it out very far to get them in. I believe the hammer nuts are the ones that can go in and turn. This one here, the one I have is the 20 watt version. But they actually sent me the 3, 7, 15, and 20 watt lasers. So that's why I have 4 lasers. But they sell the Laser Master 2 in both 15 and 20 watt versions. Let me show you. Right here. We can go to edit. We can copy our own link. Copy. Get rid of you. So they have this in 7 watt, 15 watt, and 20 watt variations. So what I have is the $368 20 watt version. You can get the 15 watt version Amazon Prime for, what is that, $298, or you can get the 7 watt version for $258. If you want raw power, you get the 20 watt. If you want to get it fast, you get the 15 watt. Yeah, it's 36 degrees out here today. It's only gone up less than 1 degree all day. So it is chilly. Actually, it kind of makes sense. Believe it or not, we live in a chilly part of the country because we're at 7,000 feet. What makes it warm is we're at a low latitude with a blasting sun, which is what makes it warm. That's why the evenings are so cool here. No humidity to hold the heat in. Okay. So that is done. That's our limit switch there. Now this will bolt on through here and through the hammer nut. And this will become our 4th foot. That is not a LM2. It looks like it. It's the same as the picture on the website. Laser Master 2. They have another listing, and I know that I'm pretty sure that is Laser Master. And this is 2. 15 watt version. And it is the same as what we're building right now. Oh, so they have multiple versions. Because I did see another one when I looked this up. Here's the roller thingy. Oh, it does look the same. Okay, so this is the Laser Master 2. It looks the same. And this one here is a variation of it. Okay. So what I have is the LM400, and that makes sense. The zip file I downloaded said 400.zip. So that makes sense. But see, they also call this Laser Master 2. See, Laser Master 2. I guess it just includes the upgrade of this adjustable head. Although that head looks the same. I don't see this in that picture. Where is... Oh, I guess it's not available on Amazon. Ah, okay. So this is something new. Interesting. That explains a lot. So this is an upgraded version of the Laser Master 2. So it looks like your Laser Master 2 won't have this. Oh, check that out. I was wondering what that screw was. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that is so much better than having to putz with the freaking laser focus thing. The laser focus knob on a laser. You just move it up and down. Okay, that's cool. Although I kind of wish I had more up than down. I'll probably end up having to put larger feet on this, because I'm going to put some pretty large body tubes in here. Although I'm probably better off having a dedicated machine for the body tubes eventually down the road. Hey, Beetle Cuber. That goes there. And now we slide this hammer nut into place behind the hole right there. And we put the 3rd screw in. Nice. It goes like that. And now we have an almost complete machine. These should now be locked together so they can't get out of sync. This is locked together. Hey, red light. I do need to trim this, as we had too much slack there. And I need to put these two in here for these feet. Now let's get that one first. So slide that into position. A little bit of reinforcement there, which is nice. Make that a little stronger. Ooh, I just cracked it. Okay, do not over tighten the acrylic. Yeah, I just cracked that acrylic foot. Whoops. I'm so used to cranking them down, and I gotta remember, you don't over tighten acrylic. I would like to see them use aluminum feet instead of acrylic. Oh, I guess it's not a big deal. Alright, this one I am going to have to disassemble, because that's going to be in the way. Okay. Actually, PLA would probably be stronger than the acrylic. Well, PLA would have more give. Oh, this one was missing a screw, that's right. Because we are short one screw. But I should be able to push that out far enough to slide these in. Now, I do have this one. Do I need this for anything? No. So this one might be able to fit here if the threading goes in far enough. Since I don't think I need it anywhere else. It looks like it'll fit. Oh, looks like I'm bottoming out, actually. Yep, it bottoms out. Oh well, it's in there. It'll stop it from twisting, at least. What the? How'd that happen? Oh, I must have rotated it when I fed it. There we go. Okay. Now we bring one back. snug, not tight. Don't want to break the acrylic. Goddamn screw is magnetic. It keeps pulling it back. And there we go. I believe we are assembled. Okay. Okay. Wiring harnesses. One of them is going to go here. All right, this is all connected. Oh, because one's going to have to go across. So this one's going to have to go to the stepper here. This is going to have to go, that's going to go to the laser. And then I think this is going to go here. Where do these go? Wait a minute, that's that pass-through. Oh, it's a pass-through the switch here. Oh, isn't that weird? Okay. I think this one's going to go here. Because that will take it to here. And then this one is a pass-through to that one. That's interesting. So that's why they did that. Very weird. We're going to need some kind of a hold up for this. Just a pin here and a pin here to make sure these stay up in the air like that. Black on bottom, multicolor on top. Yep. That made sense. And this one is going to go here. These are all different sizes, so they are only fit in one place. Why isn't that locking? That's a tight fit. Boy, that's a really tight fit. Okay. So that can sit on the side and roll back and forth. We need more room. So let's get rid of my toolbox. We'll put that over here. Speaker can go back. No, it can't. So turn it that way. Just fits. Okay. We will need this. Connect the laptop. That's just the table not being level. That's fine. Now, laser head. How does that attach? That plate come off? Looks like holes right there. But how's it going to go through there? It's got the 2 screws. Do I got to take that plate off? Oh. Now that's smart. Duh. I should have realized that. Oh man, I want to mount it up higher, but those screws are in the way. I'll do that next time. I have to mount it using the upper holes, but if I change this or I put spacers in here, I can use the lower holes and I can make the whole laser up higher, which will be good for what I want to do. There we go. I do like this. Although I wonder, will this drift? Nope, doesn't drift. Okay, it holds steady. Yeah. Ender 5 Pro is fantastic. The Ender 5 is what I suggest to people. Ender 5 Pro, if you can afford it, absolutely yes. You will not regret buying an Ender 5. In fact, I would say the Ender 5 Pro is superior to the Ender 3 V2, in my opinion. That's a short-ass freaking power cable there, buddy. Like, really? Especially since I have to get from here. CR6 SE is also a fantastic printer. Although I hear they got some quality control issues with the release batch. Hopefully they will get that worked on. Actually, we're probably going to do that either next week or the week after. My Kickstarter CR6 SE has been sitting there for quite a while. I guess it's about time we actually do something with it. Okay. What thick metal disc? I don't. Oh, wait a minute. There are more parts up here. I got these parts. Wait a minute. Nope, that's for the rotator. We got some bits of wood. We got some cable management, which I might actually be able to use right here if I can get it to hold steady. This has got to plug in here. The LU2-4 came with the printer. I have whatever this thing is. No idea what the hell this is. I have this acrylic plate. No idea what that's for. and some zip ties, a marker, and a few pieces of wood. This is for the wire loom, or this is for the wire loom. Oh, is this a an installer for installing wires? That's what I mean. This is you put this over the wires, and this opens up the loom as you slide it down the loom, inserting the wire into the loom. It's not really made for spiral loom. This would be used for split loom, not spiral loom. That looks like a split loom installation tool, but that won't work with spiral loom. It'd be nice if I had a way of attaching this to this, but there's not enough extra screws in here to do that. Nope, no. Oh, yeah. This. Metal cylinder. Yeah, we have that. So what's this for? That's what that looks like to me. Split loom installer. But they used spiral loom with this. I actually wish they would have used split loom, because split loom would be stiffer. Much stiffer. Because I gotta pin this up to keep it from dropping in. What, that test object that they cut with this? So what's the cylinder for? Oh, keychain tag. Cool. That would work as a keychain tag. Okay, oh, it does show lowering this. At least you can see it's in a lowered position to install the screws. The problem is there's no text. Wait a minute, you set your focal length to be above the print surface? But the cylinder is going to be higher than what you're cutting. Why would you set your focal up here? Oh, it's a fixed focus? You don't adjust the focus. So this doesn't turn. No, okay. I see. So it needs to be this far above whatever you're printing. That's why they have this so adjustable. This won't be able to go low enough. I'm going to have to print on a platform. Well, that ain't going to work either. I need a little more slack there. Okay, that helps. So yeah, I'm going to need a printing platform since I cannot get close enough to the frame. Now, is that to the frame or to the laser? It's 55 millimeters. From the upside of the object to the bottom of the heatsink, not lens. So it is to the heatsink. Which means I have to print on top of something. Because that's as low as this goes. And that is not low enough to reach. So what I'm probably going to want to do is have it all the way up and place something substantial underneath it along with my plate so we don't burn the box. And now I lower it until it touches. There we go. Now I have the right distance. Oh, wait a minute. That's going to be different because I need to be this. There we go. There we go. Interesting. So I'm going to need to print a 3D print a holder to mount this somewhere. Okay. You're about to power up. So we're going to want to make sure we have goggles on. Since this is definitely powerful enough to give you a very bad day. Where are those cats? There they are. Alright, he can't get up here, so. Hi, kitty. You want some patting? Huh? You want some patting? Hey. I got some people who want to see you. Yeah. Come here, baby. Hey. You want to come over here? Huh? Come here. Hey. Yeah. 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 You want to play with this? Huh? You want to play with this? You want to play with this? Uh-huh. Come here. Yeah. I'm just pissing him off. I was hoping to grab him and bring him up here. But he's not in the mood. There's probably not nearly as many people messing with these things as you think. What, baby? What's the matter, baby? Huh? Hi. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing, baby? Come here. Come here. Yep, come here. I got you. There's my baby. Everybody gets to see you there. He's like, I've been captured! Yeah, a little slide tool would be pretty neat if they're fixed focal length. Okay. 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 Well, it turned on. Yeah, I'm definitely going to probably 3D print a little attachment for here to slide that in there as a storage spot for it, since that's going to be pretty important. Alrighty, where's my gerbil? Hey, we got another PayPal. Colin, $25 on PayPal. You rock, dude. Thank you. Laser gerbil. Let's go into properties, device manager. What did it say to look for? What category again? Why does it do that? So it's going to be under COM ports. Okay. Hey, kind of the whole fun of 3D printers is you can customize everything. I do not see the device, which means we have to install drivers. Let's see here. That's firmware. Under Laser Gerbil, maybe? Drivers. Here we go. We are 64-bit Windows 7. Top and bottom makes it better. Top and bottom is going to hold the weight better. I think if you were to mount it horizontally, plus horizontally, the whole frame would have to be bigger in order to account for the space the wheels are going to consume. Probably better off doing vertical like they are, I would think. Okay. It popped up. STM Micro, there it is. COM 12. Okay. No. COM 12. Connect. Should be able to make the laser turn on. Yes. It does not look heavily focused, though. Oh, it is. Okay. That's a pretty nice focus. Now I need some simple shape. Where are my simple? I have a couple simple shapes I made. Where did I stick them, though? Okay, they're not on my desktop anymore. Probably on the D drive here. Not there. Not there. You adjust this. For this particular laser, it's fixed focus. So you put the object you're going to print on there. It comes with the focal length cylinder here. And you put that in between the object and the print. And then you adjust this until it touches the cylinder. And you're done. You're now focused. If I could actually hang on to the thing. What the hell was that? Oh, cat. Hi, kitty cat. Okay. Where did I put my files? There it is. Let's print a hexagon just because I want to. Vectorize. There we go. Next. 50 by 50 millimeters should be fine. Border speed should be fine. What's the max power rating for this laser? The PWM command for max power rating? Does it tell me that? Here we go, 1,000. Okay. 1,000. Okay. Why can't I select 12 anymore? Why is 12 not an option anymore? The 7-sided hexagon. 12's not. I can't select the COM port anymore. There it is. That was weird. And now I gotta do this over again. We're gonna vectorize 0 to 1,000, create. Why? It says status alarm. What's that mean? Maybe I have to unplug this? And now I fucking lost 12 again. Why do I keep losing 12? It's really starting to get annoying that I have to keep reclosing this program. It's on. Is there any way to tell Gerbil to recheck the COM ports? Why isn't 12 showing up? I don't know. I don't know why I have to do that twice. It's really annoying. Yes. Create. Now I got run. Wow, it certainly is cutting. Holy crap. And I just moved it. Oh, it did not cut through, but it cut pretty far in. Let's try aligning this a little better. I should be able to do this. That's a little better. Let's run it again. I'm Groot. It's a pretty wide cut. Well, you can see all the smoke coming out of there too, huh? That fan's doing a good job. Now I should be able to do it again. That's a good point. Wow. Not enough to go through, even 2 passes. Almost. Let's see how far it got in. Really wide cut path, though. Oh, wow, it almost made it through. It almost made it completely through. That little tiny sliver is all that's left. Let's see if I can focus it a little tighter. Oh, that's much better. Now that's a lot higher than 55 millimeters, but I have a tighter focus there. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to try it further away. Oh, that's much tighter. Well, that's not very useful. Now the thing down here is the lens. This part here. Let's do it again. Z stage. This came with it. This is part of the LM400. This is adjustable. You turn this, and this entire thing moves up and down, which is so much easier than trying to twist the damn little thing on the bottom. Now, the other problem is it's not a laser dot, it's a laser dash. So the actual laser focus, instead of looking like this, looks like this. Which means you can't get down to a razor fine point. Now, did that cut through? No, still did not cut through. Any chance of me realigning that? Yeah, I got it pretty close. The problem with slower is that it catches things on fire. Like it's doing now. You'll see the big burn path I created because I'm trying to do multiple passes. And the problem is the carbon itself ends up getting in the way and stopping you from going any deeper. Started to. 4 passes, and it's just starting to go through. You can see the line right there where it started to go through. So it's not very good at cutting still. Let's see if we can do something more intricate. I want to try marking a piece of steel. I want to see what happens. It says it's 20 watts, so it's like 4.5, 5 watts output. So let's do this again. Except we're going to do it 10 millimeters. You better do it. Is that even 10 millimeters across? Better do it like 6 millimeters. That's not what I asked for. 6. Create. There we go. Yeah, that doesn't appear to be doing anything. So let's try lowering the speed to 50. What's the matter, baby? No, I don't see a thing on there. Actually, I do kind of see the outline of the hexagon, but I wouldn't call that visible by any definition. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking about next is paint it. He wants loving. Well, that's why I had, they can't get up here, so they can't see it. You do not want the cats or dogs looking at this. It will blind them just as readily as they'll blind you. And cats are even worse because they'll be attracted to it. Looks like there's a minimum speed you can't go below. Yeah, you definitely do not want anything with eyeballs being able to look at this. How you doing, baby? Nope. No effect whatsoever. Made it warmer, but it did not mark it in any way. Like I said, the original place where I did the hexagon, I can kind of, sort of, I can see where it did it. I can see the outline. But that's not something you're going to go, hey, see this? Nope, you're not going to see it. You got to look for it. So I'll have to ask him about that. Let's try something else. I want to try doing this. I need something shorter. I guess one of these will work. I think we're too close. We're far enough for that, but as we know, that was not accurate. Did you stop clawing me? Huh? I'm going to kick your butt. Yeah. I'm going to whoop your butt. Hey, it's 37 degrees. It went up 1 degree today. Let's see. Something a little shorter then? Yep, that'll work. Let's get the goggles back on. We don't need the metal plate. There's no way we're burning through that. Now, how do I make when I do this? How do I slow that down? It's going way too fast. Hi. How you doing, baby? You want loving, don't you? Yeah. He's like, love me. I would say that's, what, 25 millimeter cube? Yeah, 25 millimeter cube. Open file. Next. So we're going to make this 20 millimeters across. Go back to 200. Let's go down to power 500 since I just want to engrave. Good enough. Oh, that's nice and precise. Oh, I like that. Well, you definitely won't have a problem engraving. That's nice. That's a nice clean mark on there. I got no problems with that. What, baby? Huh? You just want some loving, huh? Oh, you're probably hungry too, but you got food. Let's try that Star Trek emblem. I want to cut that. Yeah, that was nice and clean. You definitely want to get, I don't know where to get this. It says black cotton, but this doesn't feel like cotton. If anybody knows where to get these, this strip came with my other laser, and you put this underneath to get the focus. It actually makes the laser, when you, okay, you could probably see it in the camera. You can see how the laser dot looks like a big blur. Well, you stick this in there, and it's really, really precise. And you can see the exact shape of the laser mark. So if anybody knows what this is and where to get more of it, it says here, when adjusting laser focus, the black cotton of this item is placed on the surface and the object be engraved. Easier to see the smallest spot. It's very thin, whatever it is. It came with the that cute little laser that we were messing with the other day or 2 weeks ago, the little all-in-one, 100 by 100 one. It came with that one, and it's fantastic. If we can figure out where to get more, it says it's made of black cotton, but it doesn't feel like cotton. It feels like plastic. Maybe it's compressed. I don't know. But this makes the laser dot show up really sharp. And I'm wondering if anything black would do that. Like maybe it has nothing to do with what this is made of. I don't have any black paper though. Although I could make one. It doesn't work as well, but it does work very good. Actually, that works more than good enough. So, piece of white paper, darken it with a Sharpie, and that works well. You can see the precise laser focal point. Let me see if I can get you a better view. So you see how it's a real big... Actually, the camera makes it worse than it actually is. Get down. But now watch what happens when I stick this in there. See how it becomes much more precise? It's actually still blowing it out of proportion on you because of the low light. You see the difference? And it's even better in real life. You can be used to cut dark acrylic, yes. but you're not going to cut through light acrylic or really thick acrylic. But let's try it. We have a piece of acrylic right here. And that focus looks pretty good. Let's try cutting it. Oh, interesting. It went into an alarm state again. How do I get it? Will this do it? Because I left it on too long. Or was it because I bunged it? And it lost access to COM12 again. That is so freaking annoying. Cat keeps jumping up. He's like, play with me! Okay. This we might want to use the plate. Now, I don't exactly know how well this is going to work, so let's find out. So let's go to max power. Let's slow down to 100. Let's see what it does. Well, it's definitely doing something. And I see laser light on the plate, but I don't know if that's shine through or if that's actually cutting through. No, it's because it went into an alarm state, and I had to reset it to get it out of the alarm state. Now I know that's what's doing it. Ooh, I forgot how much acrylic can stink when you cut it. Now, did we cut through in one pass? No. And no, we did not cut through at all. We barely got into it. Now, this is supposed to be able to cut acrylic, isn't it? So, I wonder, am I doing something wrong? Or do I have to go down a little lower to make sure we're actually going through the acrylic? The focal point needs to be partway through the acrylic, I think. I know. It's supposed to be able to cut 3mm. The table is not level. It's already got paper on it, and it's black acrylic. Can I make it do 2 loops? Oh, I see flames. Yeah. It's catching the paper on fire. And it did not do the second loop. And that alarmed it. So it still doesn't do the second loop. Oh well. We did several passes. And it did not cut through. I would say we're maybe halfway through. So it'll engrave it, but not cut it. Although I know it should be able to cut it, so I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, it's just melting it. See? Well, if it eventually cuts through it, but the edge is really dirty and nasty, it defeats the point. So what else can we try? Where did I put that? Let's grab the Star Trek Delta. That'll work. Image, I need to invert it. Negative. There we go. Oh, interesting. Okay. So push the focus through the object. That means I got to power cycle this. Then plug it in. Then I have to do the second unplug. Now 12 shows up. Okay. Let's try the Delta. Yes. We're going to want it to be 20 tall. Yes. Create. Ooh, that's probably too slow. Yeah. Let's go back down to 500 and 200 for a nice clean mark. That looks pretty good. Cool. That worked. You know what would be really interesting? I never thought of this. Let's see. How do I rehome this? There's home. Outline. There we go. I just got a neat idea. We're doing pew-pews! Pew, 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 pew! Good. Now we need this one. Let's save that one. We need this one. We need to invert this one. Yes. Image. Negative. All channels. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. I did not want you to do that. Go to that. Go to that. Yes, that looks good. Control Y-S. What are some other badges? That's good enough to get started. Okay. Open file. Why don't I see the other ones I just did? Are they not JPEGs? Yeah, JPEG. JPEG. Oh, some of these aren't working. I wonder why. Get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. Oh, it's not a JPEG. I will have to fix that. Control Y. Save as. We want to save it as a JPEG. File. Save as JPEG. Now, Gerbil should be able to see it. There we go. Yeah. And we are going to make it 20 by 19. And now we rotate the cube. Move the cube a hair. Looks good to me. Burn that one. We're going to make a Star Trek dice. Cool. And then we will do another one. Yes. And this one. That one looks good. Now, where's the Voyager one? Right here. Oh, that looks cool. That looks pretty cool. Okay. Okay, that's cool. How cool is that? I need 2 more. Let's see. We could definitely use that one. Now we can burn one on the top. And that is this one. Okay. Good. Now I need one more. Mm. Oh, that'll work. Oh, Borg insignia. I'll do that. Save images. Yeah, Borg insignia would be pretty cool. Control Y, S. Let's see. Open file. Yeah. That is definitely not what I told you to do. Yucko. Okay, time to edit in Photoshop. There we go. Yep, that ought to work. That's more like it. That works. Yeah, this is definitely not the right focal distance. It's much further away than this. What I suggest is doing exactly what I just did. Literally, take a piece of white paper, color it with a Sharpie, and put it under there when you do your focus, and that will show you a nice crisp dot. Very cool. Now I have a nice Star Trek dice cube with all the different Star Trek emblems. How cool is that? That's actually kind of fun. Now, the way I gather it, I would fix this. I'd probably leave this and replace this. So what I would do is to use this widget. If I understand how this works correctly, I would simply unplug this stepper motor and plug in this stepper motor with the extension cable it comes with. And now it'll turn this instead of moving this left and right, which will allow me to do my tubes. In theory, that should work. I don't know. I guess it would be the same problem as with plywood. Is if you could do it one pass, yeah. If you, 1/8-inch balsa, 16th-inch balsa, I don't see a problem. But thicker than that, I don't know. We're going to find out though, because I'm going to get some balsa wood and we're going to try it. because I want to cut balsa wood fins with this. So I'm hoping I can. Because we're also going to try to cut body tubes. I want to get the parts for that roller thingy, and we're going to get that working. Go from there, you know. So I would probably move this out here like this. Set this critter up in here like this. Just like that. And put my body tube on there and just go at it. I'd probably have to make a rig for it so that I can fix this into a certain spot and fix that into a certain spot. And it might actually be better to use something like this. The little Ortur V1. Because it doesn't have anything on the end here. So nothing to get in the way of the tube. Because if your tube is longer than 400 millimeters, you got a problem. But this is going to be fun to play with. If I could do my custom through the wall, I could also see this for adding designs to a balsa wood, to balsa wood and also to tubes. So putting rivet marks and body panel lines and stuff like that. This would be an interesting way of doing that. I'm also hoping I can cut thin plywood, like cleanly cut it. Foam board, no problem. Oh yeah, absolutely. As long as you darken it a little bit, absolutely it'll cut through that, no problem. I could probably, I wonder, would it cut through this? I don't know. This is a bit thick. Let's find out. I'm curious now. Whether it'll cut or if it'll just make a big mess. Or a Rocketeer. Let's see. Reset home. Let's cut something a little less crazy. Let's do the Delta. Next, let's go at 300. Let's go a little faster. Let's keep it at 500. Let's make it 40 tall. Why isn't this working? Message set to continue. Nope, it alarmed again. Connect. Soft limit. Reset to continue. Okay. Everything's plugged in. That works. Why it keeps hitting soft limit when I tell it to give me a perimeter? Yeah, I know. But I don't know why this keeps giving me a soft limit. I'm only telling it to go 40 millimeters. it keeps saying soft limit, reset to continue. Okay. Maybe I can't go faster than 200? Maybe that was the problem? Nope. It says soft limit again. What's soft limit? Maybe that was doing it. Every time I tell it USB and power, every time I tell it to show me the boundary of where it's going to cut, it gives me a soft limit error, which does not make any sense. What if I just tell it to go? It moves for a split second and says soft limit. Something's wrong. Hey, Colin. Yeah, it's from what's his name? Hacksmith. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. Oh, wait a minute. That was partially unplugged. Oh, I bet you that was it. No, it's hitting that limit switch, so I know that's working right. What the hell does soft limit mean? GRBL. Soft. Excuse me. Limit error. Soft limits is the limits of your build area. No, soft. Okay, this is a hard limit. Soft limit is this. How far you can go. For some reason, I'm getting a soft limit error, even though I'm nowhere near the soft limit. That gives me an idea, though. And it's annoying when you get into an alarm state, you can't reset it except to unplug it. I think I know it's doing it, even though it should not be. It is. For some reason, I think this thing is limited to 40 millimeters instead of 40 centimeters. So I can't print out here. So there's something wrong with the firmware. I'm going to have to reflash the firmware on this. That's definitely something goofy. So it thinks my workspace. Yeah, there is no workspace definition in Gerbil, as far as I know. I don't think you can define soft limit in Gerbil. I think that's in the firmware. Yeah, I know. An SD slot would be nice, so I can just load the machine and hit go. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to set the build dimensions in yeah, it's only in firmware. Meaning they screwed up the firmware. They probably put 40 millimeters instead of 400. Oh yeah, it's just melting the shit out of that. Yeah, that's just melting it. It definitely cuts all the way through it though. Yeah, it definitely it cut all the way through the foam. I'm gonna have to dramatically lower the power to get anything usable out of that though. Um, and dramatically increase the speed. Okay. Let's go to 300 on the speed and 200 on the power. A little bit better, but it's still just it's actually not making it all the way through. That made it about 2/3 the way through, but you're not going to get a precise cut. Not on something as squishy as this. So definitely gonna have to go with something a little bit either thinner or I don't know. Man, it's freaking chilly in here. Mm. Well, tethered or untethered, you don't walk away from a laser while it's running. Period. You just don't do that. It's burning things. Okay? You don't walk away from that ever. Alrighty, guys, I am going to call it quits for today. We got it working. Once I update the firmware, this should be able to print 400 by 430. Obviously, right now it's not printing 400 by 430. I do because we never tried to print something larger. I didn't realize the firmware was goofed up. But definitely something wrong with the firmware. I think firmware is actually included on in the file. M400. Latest firmware, Ortur Laser Master. Yes, there's 2 bin files here. Windows 10 recommended. What software do you use? There is instructions on here. I'll have to find out from them about that, because there's something wrong with the firmware on this. And they'll have to tell me how to correct that to make it actually print, within the proper dimensions, 400 by 430. The problem is, if these bin files have the same bad firmware, then I'm not going to fix anything. So I need to know that the bin file has the correct soft limits set. Otherwise, I'll just exceed them again. How do you adjust Gerbil code? There's no option in Gerbil code for setting the soft limits. At least I didn't see one. Hang on. Where'd the plug go? Yes, please. Send it to me later. I didn't see anything in Laser Gerbil for how to adjust the soft limits. Tools, that's for flashing. I mean, the only options I have are Gerbil configuration. Well, I do see that in here. X-axis maximum travel, Y-axis maximum travel. The problem is they're both well over what I was trying to do. It's set at 160 and 150. Oh, wait a minute. Is that reading it from the machine? How do you read code? There's no read. I'm connected. I'm idle. Unlocked. Oh, here we go. Now I can do stuff. So refresh. It's set for 400 millimeters. So it looks like it's correctly set. It's set for 400. 400 by 400. So why did it keep telling me I hit a soft limit when I tried to go bigger? I tried to print something 40 millimeters, and it would crash at soft limit. When I set it back down to 25 millimeters, it worked fine. Well, that's interesting. Huh. When I open up the delta and I tell it to make the height, let's try the height at 30. Oh, whoa. Why the hell is it doing that? Why did it try to go all the way out there? It tried, I just told it to print at 30 millimeters and it tried to go all the way out there for some reason. Why would it do that? That sounds like the soft limit was doing what it was supposed to do. Do I have a bad setting in here somewhere? Interesting. Soft limit. I think it's trying to go out to the corner for some reason. I don't know why. I'm gonna have to play with this more, find out what I'm thinking. It's something I'm doing wrong, but I don't see what I'm doing wrong. I mean, this looks okay. No, all I did was make it bigger. I told it to make it 25 millimeters and it worked fine. I go to 30 millimeters and it stopped working. So this screen here, see the size here? It was at 20 millimeters. Okay, now, let's see. Let's turn the power down so it doesn't burn anything. I just told this to vectorize. So this make it 20 millimeters. Let's make this 400, and let's make this 10. Oh, I'm still in alarm state. Of course, I have to do the double pull of the USB for some reason. Then 12 shows up. Okay, that's working. And it printed about 20 millimeters tall. Let's try making it 25 millimeters tall. Now, I'm not going to change anything except to make the height 25. And that is making it bigger, just like it should. No, it didn't work when I did that. Oh, no, wait a minute. I didn't try the padlock when it was in alarm state. I'll try that next time. All right, now let's make it 30 millimeters. Open file. Do the exact same thing. No changes. The only thing I'm going to change, I'm going to make this 30. Soft limit. All I did was tell it to make it 30 millimeters instead of 25 millimeters. Yeah, padlock's not available. Let's have to stop. Yeah, padlock's not available when it goes into that crash state. Oh, now it's available. Okay. I have to hit the Gerbil reset and then the unlock. Start again from beginning. Soft limit reached again. Yeah, something to do with laser Gerbil. Has to be. Now, if I go back down to 25 millimeters, works fine. What the hell is going on with that? Let's try a different image. Alright, where did I see those? I think it was here and here. Nope, definitely not there. This one? There it is. Let's try a different image. Let's leave it at 25. Yeah, that works. Let's try and make it bigger. Let's try 50. Huh. 50 works. What the hell? That's right, we did do bigger. We did this one. So it's something to do with that JPEG? Although, how does a JPEG affect printing something once you've gone to G-code? The JPEG would have nothing to do with it after that. Yeah, doing 100 millimeters. Would you get a load of that? So it's only that one picture. Yeah, when it converted it, something went wrong. So it's that JPEG. It's not the laser. It's not Gerbil. Or it might be Gerbil, but it's that particular JPEG. How freaking weird is that? I wonder. Image. Oh, the image is freaking huge. That might be part of it. Wow, I didn't realize how big that image was. That's it. It was something to do with the size of the image, because the image was so god awful big. That image was 3,000 by 4,000 pixels. All I did was scale the image down to something more reasonable, and it's working fine at 100. Okay, so something to do with the picture. Weird. I didn't realize how big that picture was. Huh. It wasn't the placements. It was something to do with that particular image. I think because of how big the image was. It was 2772 by 4000. And that was probably it. Because I just rescaled it to 300 pixels, which is more than enough for what we're doing. And it's working fine now. So it's just that particular picture. Nothing to do with the laser. All right, cool. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to call it. I'll play with this more when time allows. And go from there. So we're going to be doing, as soon as I have the new table set up, I'm going to get the monoprice set up, the 300 by 300 by 400 monoprice. And then I also have another Ortur printer coming. And I have another resin printer coming from Creality with their monochrome screen. So we'll be playing with that and go from there. So thank you very much once again to everybody who donated. I appreciate it. To the people who support me every month on Patreon, you are just flat out awesome. Thank you so much for that kind of support. It's amazing. And I will see you all later.